₹2 दे दूं? ना वो मांगेगा क्यों? आप लोग तो इतने बार इधर से।
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 9th day of pre-placement orientation program. Today we have with us CMA Dr. S.K. Gupta sir. He is a postgraduate in commerce, gold medalist, FCS, FCMA, PhD in corporate governance with over 40 years of experience in leadership position with various public and private sector of organization. In the domain of finance, costing, internal audit, legal, and company secretarial function. He has dealt with mergers and acquisition, corporate restructuring, anti-dumping duty, and corporate governance mechanism. Currently, he is a managing director of Registered Valuer Organization of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He was earlier MD and CEO of the IPA of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He has written over 175 articles, research papers, which are regularly published in the various professional journals. He has chaired and addressed a large number of national and international seminars and conferences. We are privileged that sir is here to address our newly qualified CMA. Now I would like to request you, sir, please address our newly qualified CMAs. I'm going to make you live, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Welcome and good afternoon. Namaskar to all of you. It is my pleasure to have been invited by the Institute to interact with you and share my perspective with two emerging new areas of job and professional opportunities, namely the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 and the valuation rules and valuation regulations which have changed since 2017. So over the period of next 1.5 hours, I'm going to deal with these two aspects and then talk about what are the various job and professional opportunities available for CMAs in these two particular professional domains. First, I will deal with Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. Just give me a second. Let me share my presentation on the screen, please. Hope my presentation is visible to you all. I'm going to deal with Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016, which is commonly known in short as IBC. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code is one of the deepest reforms which have been adopted in India since independence. Some people might say that probably GST was more important, or the wave of LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization, which happened in 1991, was also a watershed movement for the country. But nonetheless, this is one of the very significant and deepest economic reform undertaken in India since independence. It is a landmark piece of legislation which seeks to redress the distress of the companies in a time-bound manner while balancing the interest of all these stakeholders. That's the key. It has, since its passing in 2016, over the period of last about 4.5 years, has done remarkable recovery of various NPAs, and it has led to a change in the credit culture in the country, and it has had a very, very deep-rooted impact in the working of the economy as a whole. IBC, therefore, is kind of a milestone in the Indian economy. It has improved the ease of doing business of India from something like 140 about 3 years back to right now we are standing at the position of 63 in the World Index of Ease of Doing Business. IBC is a one-stop solution which addresses all insolvencies in a time-bound and economically viable setup. It deals with insolvencies of corporates, insolvencies of partnerships and partnership firms, and it also deals with insolvencies of individuals. But as of now, government has only operationalized the concept relating to corporate insolvencies, that means insolvency of the companies, and in the individual category, only one aspect, that is personal guarantors to corporate debtors. That is the only aspect which has since been operationalized under the IBC. IBC has brought about a significant change in the power sharing equation between creditors and debtors. Earlier, the concept was debtors in possession. That means they were in the possession of their enterprise. Even if there was a default, nobody could really do anything under the erstwhile laws that we had. We had SICA, we had BIFR, we had SARFACI, we had Presidency Towns Insolvency Act, we had Provincial Towns Insolvency Act, and we had Corporate Debt Restructuring Scheme of RBI. We had Joint Lenders Forum, we had Joint Lenders Committee, we had S4. Various schemes were there, but all these schemes failed to bring about a change in the level of non-performing assets which were carried by the various public sector as well as private sector banks. But IBC Code has changed the entire culture. Now, as soon as a company gets admitted or its application gets admitted under section 7, 9 or 10 of the code with NCLT, the power shifts from debtor to the creditors. So from debtors in possession, we have moved to the concept of creditors in control. So long as the company is able to service its debt obligations on time, the right of equity shareholders, it's very much there as promulgated in the Companies Act 2013 also. They have the right to govern, regulate, and carry out major decisions pertaining to the corporate. But once the company starts defaulting on its debt obligations, either in terms of interest or EMI or the repayment of the loan, then the power shifts from debtors or the corporate owner. From the owner, it shifts to the creditors. Things have turned smoother under the IBC because it has rebalanced the rights of promoters, bankers, and employees altogether. So what are the key objectives for which IBC was passed? IBC was enacted to bring in an umbrella law that shall encompass and accommodate the various fragmented and compartmentalized laws relating to corporate restructuring which existed prior to the passing of the IBC in 2016. I told you a number of laws which were there earlier to deal with corporate insolvency and to deal with corporate liquidation, including winding up, including voluntary winding up, but all these provisions were found to be not very, very effective in terms of recovery of the amount or letting the business exit in case of its failure to make its plan workable or implementable in the real business dynamic world. The intent of IBC was that there must be a law which would ensure easy and timely resolution and recovery of bad debts and claims. There must be a law which should instill confidence in the institutional investors so that they can put their money and they can make investment in the corporate sector with a view to helping the economy grow at a faster pace. It must also provide an opportunity of revival to sick and bankrupt entities by way of the corporate restructuring and the corporate reshuffle, either financial or management or technology, wherever it may be required. And of course, another key objective was to strengthen the Indian economy on the global platform and to attract foreign direct investment as well as attract money from foreign institutional investors, the pension funds, the mutual funds, the other big funds which are operating in the Western world. They are ready to put in money. A lot of money is going to China, but India has also started attracting a lot of such investment now because we have improved our ranking in terms of ease of doing business from something like 140 about 4 years back. We are now on the level of about 63. Before I move and deal with the various aspects of insolvency and bankruptcy law, I think it is important to understand the backdrop, the genesis, and the basis of IBC. You know, today we are all living in a VUCA world. You would have heard of this acronym. VUCA stands for vulnerable, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. The business world that we live in today is very, very vulnerable, very uncertain, very complex, and very ambiguous. And it has improved the level of uncertainty and the level of the risk involved, especially on account of the COVID-19 pandemic situation the world over. But even prior to COVID fanning out about 1.5 years back, the world as a whole has been facing a VUCA, a wave of VUCA over the last few decades. What happens when we have business working in a situation which is very, very highly vulnerable, very uncertain, very complex, and very ambiguous? In such a situation, howsoever good the business model may be, howsoever good the management of the company may be, it is but natural for at least some of the plans of some of the companies to fail. Some of the plans of some of the companies. I'm not saying all the plans of a particular company will fail, or I'm also not saying that all the companies will fail. I'm saying that some of the plans of some of the companies may not work out the way they were expected to be because of the dynamic business scenario or the VUCA world that we live in. What happens if the plans don't work out? There is a failure, there is sickness, and there is stress on the part of the corporate entity, and thus the corporate entity is not able to meet its debt obligations on time. So what do? We require at that point of time some kind of a legislation by which resources which get stuck into inefficient uses, they are pulled out of inefficient uses and put back into productive channels for promoting economic growth and economic development of the country. This is exactly what IBC does. IBC looks at those companies which are under stress, financial stress, which haven't been able to meet their debt obligations, and tries to restructure, revive, rescue those companies. Because in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, and even otherwise, it is very important to save lives. It is very important to save livelihood. And it is also equally important to save lives of companies. Because with the company, with any one company, whether big or small, it is a livelihood and lives of many individuals who are connected together, associated with that particular company. Even otherwise in accounting, we are very familiar with the concept of the going concern concept. That means once a corporate entity is established, it is likely to continue in the business for a long point of time on a sustainable basis, perpetually sustainable basis. That's the basic objective of setting up a new business or setting up a new corporate enterprise. But if things come to such an impasse that the company is not able to meet its debt obligations, then probably there is no other way but to try and restructure and revive the company. And if that's not possible, then probably the only recourse available for the company would be to push the company into liquidation. And what happens in case of liquidation is all the assets of the company get sold out, the money is realized, and the money is then distributed amongst various creditors and various other stakeholders of the company as per a priority order, which is commonly known as a waterfall mechanism provided under Section 53 of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. There is a definite sequence. Prioritization has been given that if a company gets into liquidation, whatever amount is collected by sale of its assets is required to be distributed amongst various stakeholders in a particular priority order. And that order has been specified under Section 53 of the IBC, which is commonly known as the waterfall mechanism. We know that needs and wants of the human beings, including the companies, are unlimited, and the resources available to either individual or corporate entities are limited. This is a basic economic problem. Needs are unlimited, resources are limited. The problem is further compounded by the fact that all these resources which are scarce, they are not able to meet the existing needs and wants of the people and corporate entities. They are also being capable of alternate use. So if you use a resource in one particular area, you got to starve, you got to sacrifice its use in some other area. As cost and management accountants, we are quite familiar with the concept of opportunity cost. This is what I'm talking about. So if you decide to put the money in a particular project because the money is scarce, because the money is available only in a limited budget, therefore, once you decide to put a money or allocate money for one particular project, you definitely cannot take up any other project because you don't have money to take up too many projects together. It has to be prioritized, and therefore, once you decide to allocate money to one particular project, you have to start the other project. The other project cannot be taken up. Therefore, IBC is a mechanism which helps the company to revive, restructure, which helps the company to be rescued from the situation of distress by making best possible efforts within a given time frame as per IBC. And if that seems to be impossible or that doesn't work out, then the company gets pushed into liquidation, where all the assets of the company are sold out and distributed amongst various stakeholders as per the waterfall mechanism provided for under Section 53 of the IBC 2016. Second aspect I would like to discuss with regard to genesis of IBC. Why do we need insolvency and bankruptcy laws? In other countries, in other jurisdictions, insolvency and bankruptcy law is pretty old. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. UK passed Insolvency and Bankruptcy Act in 1986. Of course, there have been amendments since then, but the basic act, initial act was passed in 1986. So it's been about 35 years. So anybody who likes to get into a business, what is that he looks for? He looks for three kinds of freedoms. Number one, freedom of entry. That means anyone wanting to get into a business should be able to do that, should be able to get into that business without much of hassles. There shouldn't be too much of complications. There should be too much of obligations and obstacles to enter into a new business. Everybody should be free to enter any kind of business. This has been provided in India ever since India came out with Big Bang reforms, commonly known as LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization, which happened in year 1990-91, whereby the government dismantled many of the controls on industry, did away with the licensing system, did away with the quota system, and allowed free competition amongst various companies in the marketplace, allowed entry of the foreign national companies into India, allowed Indian companies to set up manufacturing operations outside, and the government also decided to privatize. That means sell its own equity. The government decided to sell its own equity, at least partially, in many of the public sector enterprises like ONGC, BHEL, NTPC, Indian Oil, and Air India, is completely on sale because it's been making huge losses. So government has now decided to get rid of Air India as a complete sale kind of thing, entirely selling out entire stake in the company to some new bidder. And the process is currently going on. All of us know that. So point that I'm making is anybody getting into a business basically requires three kinds of freedom. First is freedom to enter. It should be easier to enter into a business. And to that extent, Indian economy today facilitates entry into a business in quite an easy manner. There are not many hurdles, there are not many obstacles. most of the approvals are required to be taken are single window clearances, and therefore this kind of freedom does exist within the country. Second thing that someone looks for is freedom to continue. Going concern concept. Once I decide to set up a business, I would like to continue in the business on a long-term basis. That means there shouldn't be too many compliances to comply with. There shouldn't be too many hurdles in the way of conducting the business. One is starting up the business, setting up the business initially, and now I am talking about the obstacles, hurdles, compliances for carrying on the business which has already been set up by an entrepreneur. In this area also, India has made huge progress. It is now quite easy as compared to maybe 20 years back, 30 years back. Carrying on business today is much easier in terms of various compliances, regulations that one has to comply with as per the existing provisions of law. Third freedom that someone looks for when he gets into a business is freedom to exit. As we were discussing earlier, in the VUCA world, which is highly vulnerable, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, it is but natural that some of the plans of some of the businesses may not work out the way they were expected to be, and there are bound to be failures of business. When a business fails, in spite of best efforts of the entrepreneur or best efforts of the owners of the business, then the kind of freedom that someone is looking for is freedom to fail or freedom to exit. I've tried my best. Whatever limited resources I had, I tried to pull up and consolidate my business, but that hasn't worked out the way I expected. Therefore, a time has come when I can no longer carry on my business. I would like to get out of the business. That is the freedom which is provided now by insolvency and bankruptcy code. Freedom to fail, why not? There's no stigma attached with failure. Failure should be taken as kind of a learning for the next step. It should be taken as kind of a next step towards success. Failure should not be taken as kind of a stigma. Silicon Valley in the US is known as the nursery of startups. Maximum number of startups in the world are located in Silicon Valley in the US. India happens to be fast emerging as the hub of startups, but currently #1 position is occupied by Silicon Valley, US. There, if a person sets up a new venture or a new startup and he fails, then he delves into another startup and he again fails, he's taken as a great guy. People say, well, he has amassed a lot of experience. He has got a lot of learning because he has failed in 2 startups. He has failed in 3 startups. It's kind of taken as a success story rather than a failure. But in India, if someone has failed in 1 startup and he wants to get back to a job, Baba, ye mere se nahi hoga, I would like to carry on with my job. We find that the person struggles quite a bit to get back into employment. Nobody is willing to offer him a job because people say he has failed in a startup. That's taken as kind of a stigma. Freedom to exit, freedom of failure is the biggest achievement or the biggest success story of IBC 2016, which the government has provided. Prior to IBC, it was like a Chakravyuh challenge. You know, Abhimanyu's Chakravyuh. You know how to get into it, but you don't know how to get out of it. So anybody putting money into a venture, be he a domestic entrepreneur, domestic investor, or be he a foreign investor or foreign direct investment, anybody putting money into a venture also needs to be assured, how do I get out of it? Putting money is one thing, but if things don't work out the way they were expected, how do I pull my money out? Maybe not fully, that's okay. Maybe partially, maybe 50%, maybe 45%, that's okay. That is the risk that I'm assuming by making investment in a particular venture, but there must at least be some priority and some process by which, if the project gets stuck, if the project doesn't work out the way it was expected to be, I should be able to get out of it by pulling out at least some of my investment. So that's the basic genesis as to why Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code was passed in the year 2016. IBC was required in India to provide a comprehensive law and a single platform to resolve financial distress of companies. It was required to detect at the early stage the financial stress of the company so that the value of the company is not eroded very, very fast. It provides for a time-bound resolution for viable businesses. Now, you know, a business which is failing can be a viable business, or a business which is failing can be an unviable business. So you have failing but viable business, and you have failing but unviable business. If there is a business which is failing for some reasons, maybe lack of finance, maybe lack of technology, maybe lack of management skills, whatever, but it's a viable business, then it must be rescued, it must be restructured, it must be reorganized, because lives of many people are connected with that company. We should not let the company die. But if there is a business which is a failing business and also unviable because of whatever reason, maybe competition, maybe technology, maybe management, whatever, then there is no recourse available other than pushing the company into liquidation, and then the company is pushed into liquidation. And under Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, entire process of attempting to revive the company has to be done within a time frame of 180 days, very specific timelines, 6 months, which is extendable further by 90 days with the approval of NCLT, which is the adjudicating authority. And in case the matter gets entangled in some legal issues, then we have further 40 days time available, 60 days time available. So total we are looking at 330 days within which the company is attempted to be revived. If the revival does not take place within the stipulated time period of 330 days overall, then the company gets pushed into liquidation. It sends unviable businesses to liquidation at the early stage, which helps in preventing erosion in the loss of value of the business. You know, if the disease is identified right in the beginning, quite early, then it may be possible to stop even the spread of the cancer, stage 1, stage 2. But if you are able to identify cancer only at stage 3 and stage 4, probably nothing much will be able to be done because the disease has already spread across. So IBC tries to identify the sickness of the companies right in the beginning at the early stage so that immediate action can be taken either for revival or for liquidation with a view to preventing erosion in the substantial value of the company. The basic objectives of IBC, before I come to scorecard, the basic objectives of IBC are 3 or 4 important objectives. One is maximization of value of assets of the corporate debtor. Maximization of value of corporate debtors' assets. Second is restructuring, revival of the company within a given time frame. 180 days, extendable by 90 days, and overarching 330 days. Third objective is promoting entrepreneurship. How? When people know that it's okay to fail, I have a way out, I have an exit route available in case my business venture doesn't do well, then people are bound to become entrepreneurs. They are bound to be encouraged to try and set up a business because they know if the business doesn't do well, they have a way out, they have an exit route available under the law. Promoting availability of credit. When the banks or the financial institutions know that if the business fails, they have a recourse to IBC to be able to recover their money, Of course, not fully, but at least partially they'll be able to recover. Then banks will be more motivated, more inclined to offer funds, loans, term loans to the corporate. And last objective, but one of the most important objective of IBC is, while balancing the interest of all these stakeholders. Who are all the stakeholders of a corporate debtor or a company? You have creditors. Creditors can be financial creditors or operational creditors. Then you have employees. Then you have the government. Then you have vendors. Then you have suppliers. Then you have customers. Then you have government authorities. GST, income tax, all these authorities, government authorities. So the objective is to try and balance the interest of all the stakeholders of the company while trying to bring about a restructuring plan, revival plan of a company, if that is possible. Otherwise, of course, the company will get pushed into liquidation. IBC has been in operation for about 4.5 years now. December 17, first case was admitted under IBC. What is the scorecard? You know, there is a concept of insolvency professionals known as IPs who will carry out the process of revival of the company under IBC 2016. Not a cost accountant, not a chartered accountant, not MBA, not a company secretary. You have to have a basic eligibility qualification, which is 10 years in practice as a cost accountant, chartered accountant, company secretary, or lawyer, or 15 years of managerial experience after graduation. If you possess this eligibility criteria, then you have to appear for a limited insolvency examination conducted by Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, which is the regulator, super regulator for the IBC Code 2016. Once you qualify that exam, then you have to also undergo a mandatory 50 hours pre-registration training, which provides you practical aspects of IBC. You would have already studied IBC before clearing the exam, but the 50 hours orientation program is to provide you with practical nuances, practical angles of the various theoretical concepts which you would have studied while preparing for your examination. Once you complete that 50 hours training module, then you become registered with IBBI, and then you become what is known as an insolvency professional. As of today in India, there are over 3,400 insolvency professionals who are registered with IBBI. About 4,200 cases have been admitted with NCLT under corporate insolvency resolution process. Out of 4,200 cases which have been admitted, about 317 corporate companies have been revived, rescued. Not a very big number, but nonetheless, 317 companies have been saved. Had this law not been there, probably these companies would have gone into liquidation. But we are able to save the lives of about 320 companies and all associated stakeholders who are connected with those companies in one way or the other. About 1,100 companies have gone into liquidation. The number is almost about 3.5 times of the companies which are rescued. The main reason is most of the companies which got pushed into liquidation were already sick companies under BIFR, under SICA. So when they were brought here under IBC, obviously there was no scope for their revival, because in any case, these companies were dying companies or already dead companies. That's why the number of companies getting into liquidation is almost 3.5 times that of the companies revived. About 800 companies have filed for voluntary liquidation. Now, what is the scorecard? What has been the progress? In the period of last about 4.5 years, 320 companies have been rescued, and the average realization, I mean, whatever total amount, that amount was there, how much money creditors were able to recover? The average realization has been found to be around 44%. Less than 50%, yes. In some cases, 60%. In some cases, as low as 10%, 12%, but the average works out to something like 43, 44%. But which is much better as compared to the erstwhile laws. Under the erstwhile laws, we were able to recover only about 22, 23% on an average. The recovery is almost double under IBC. What is important to notice, the realization value is 190% of the liquidation value. That means if there was no IBC and the company was getting pushed into liquidation, the realization value would have been far, far less. The realization value, which is average 44%, is 190% of the liquidation value. Average time taken to resolve the various cases is about 306 days. Under the erstwhile laws, the average time taken to liquidate a company or restructure a company used to be about 4.5 years. So look at the difference that IBC has made. More than rupees 3 lakh crores, huge amount, has been realized by way of restructuring of about 320 corporate entities, and this money has been put back into productive channels for the economic development and economic growth of the company. What is interesting to notice, many cases have been settled even before admission. You know, there is a filing stage. First, an application is filed with NCLT, adjudicating authority, and then adjudicating authority decides whether this application is to be admitted, not admitted. So there are two different stages. What is happening, what we see in the marketplace today, that many of the companies who file the application or many of the creditors who file the application against a company, they settle the case even before the case is actually admitted by NCLT. IBC has brought about a significant change in the credit culture of the country. It has brought a kind of a fear in the mind of the promoters that if they default, they may have to lose the control of their company, which is probably a third generation management or fourth generation management. You've been owning that company for last, I don't know, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. But now, because you have defaulted and because there is a law, IBC, probably company will go out of your hands. Someone else will take over your company because you have defaulted in terms of debt obligations, and a case has been filed under Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 26. 42% of the companies which have gone into IBC so far, they belong to manufacturing sector, FMCG, fast moving consumer goods. About 15% of the companies, they account for the services sector, hotels, restaurant, transportation, communication. Banks and vendors have dragged about 90% of the bankrupt companies under IBC, and resolution of about, this data is wrong here, this is double this number, 320 companies almost have achieved resolution so far under the process of IBC. This I have told you that prior to passing of IBC 2016, the existing framework that we had for dealing with corporate sickness was Company Act, then SICA, then RDD BFI, we had SARFACI, we had Presidency Towns Insolvency Act, we had Provincial Insolvency Act, and then we also had various circulars, directions, notification, guidelines issued by Reserve Bank of India from time to time, but all these were found to be ineffective. That is why the government thought to bring about IBC in the year 2016. Why do we call it a code? Why don't we call it a law as an act? According to Black's Law Dictionary, a code is a collection or compendium of laws. Because in this code, we have brought together several laws. Most of the laws which I have shown on the previous slide have been repealed and they've been included as part of the text and context of IBC. So therefore, it's a collection of various laws together. That's why we call it code. Even earlier, we had Indian Penal Code. We have the Code of Civil Procedure. We have the Code of Criminal Procedure. on the same lines, we have the insolvency and bankruptcy code. As I told you, the code applies to companies, it applies to limited liability partnerships, it applies to partnerships and partnership firms, and it also applies to individuals. But as of now, the provisions pertaining to companies and personal guarantors to corporate debtors have only been operationalized. Other provisions are not yet operationalized by the government. Very important to know what is the difference between these three terms: insolvency, bankruptcy, liquidation. Insolvency refers to the inability of a person or a company to pay debts as and when they become due and paid. And what is bankruptcy? Bankruptcy is when a person is declared incapable of paying their due and payable bills. And what is liquidation? Liquidation is the process of winding up of a company or an incorporated entity that is a sole proprietorship or maybe a partnership. So there is a clear distinction between the three terms here: insolvency, bankruptcy, and liquidation. So far as regulatory mechanism of IBC is concerned, we have adjudication authority, NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal, and above NCLT we have NCLAT, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Then the super regulator is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, just as we have SEBI for the stock market. Similarly here, the super regulator is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, IBBI. Then we have insolvency professional agencies. These are frontline regulators. Their functions are to enroll members as insolvency professionals, to regulate their functioning, to monitor their functioning, to look at their grievances, to look at their discipline, and to look at their professional development. As of now, there are three professional agencies operating. All the three institutes, cost accountants, chartered accountants, company secretaries, have formed a Section 8 company as a subsidiary company of the institute to carry on the function of IPA. Then you have insolvency professional. Who is insolvency professional? A person who possesses eligibility criteria qualification, who passes the limited insolvency examination conducted by IBBI, and who also undergoes 50 hours mandatory pre-registration training program. After that, he is enrolled as an insolvency professional. Then you have information utility, a separate entity which collates, collects, is a reservoir of all the data of various corporates and all the banks together, so as to facilitate the entire process of IBC. As of today, we have only one information utility operating in the marketplace by the name NESL, National E-Services Limited. So what is the corporate insolvency resolution process? I'll just summarize because of the constraint of time. If there is a minimum default of ₹1 crore, a company is unable to meet its debt obligation on time of ₹1 crore and above, then application under IBC can be filed by either financial creditors or by the operational creditors or by the company itself. So there are three separate sections dealing with each one of these aspects: Section 7, Section 9, Section 10. The application can be filed by a financial creditor, an operational creditor. Employees can also file application because they are part of the operational creditors. Or the application can also be filed by a corporate debtor, that is the company itself. As soon as the company gets admitted with NCLT for process to be carried through under IBC, an interim resolution professional is appointed. Interim resolution professional. Who will be? He will be a qualified IP who has passed the exam, who has done the training, who is enrolled with IBBI. And there is also a concept of moratorium. As soon as an application gets admitted with NCLT, moratorium is imposed by NCLT that the company cannot sell any of its assets, transfer, alienate. The company cannot institute any suit. No other person can institute any suit against the company. There is a complete embargo, and that's technically called the moratorium. What IRP does is he makes a public announcement by coming out with an advertisement in the newspaper that this particular company has filed an application under IBC because the company is in financial distress. I have been appointed as interim resolution professional. Any person who has any claim against that company, either as a financial creditor or as an operational creditor, please submit your claims to me within a definite period of time. When all these people will submit their claims, he will collate and collect, verify, and finalize the list of claims submitted by various creditors, and he will form what is known as a committee of creditors consisting of financial creditors only. This committee of creditors in the first meeting will decide whether interim resolution professional will continue to carry on the process as a full-fledged resolution professional thereafter, or the committee may also change the person and bring out someone else to carry on the process hereinafter after this particular date. Then resolution professional prepares what is known as an information memorandum, which provides various information about the company and asks for expression of interest from resolution applicants who would be interested in taking over the management of the company. They submit various resolution plans, and these plans are considered by the committee of creditors. If the committee of creditors finds that a plan is viable, feasible, implementable, then they will approve it and send the plan for final approval of adjudicating authority, that is NCLT. And if the plan is also approved by NCLT, IBC process ends and the company is revived. It's given to the new owner. It's handed over to the new owner who had successfully bid for that particular company. One important aspect to note is, as soon as the application is admitted by NCLT, the board of directors of the company is suspended. They remain as directors in individual capacities. They remain as employees of the company if he is a whole-time director, but the powers of the board of directors, they are vested with the interim resolution professional or the resolution professional. Everybody will have to work according to the orders given by the IRP or the RP. Nobody has authority other than these people to carry on the business of the company thereafter. The person who has defaulted in payment of an outstanding debt of at least rupees 1 crore is ineligible to bid for the same company. You can't submit an application or you can't submit a resolution plan to take back your own company because you are barred. You are a willful defaulter. You have defaulted in repayment of your debt obligation of at least an amount of rupees 1 crore. Section 29A clearly makes that particular person, that particular owner promoter, an ineligible person to submit a resolution plan at any given of time. If the committee of creditors does not approve a resolution plan or no feasible, viable, economical, implementable resolution plan is received by it, then obviously it makes an application to NCLT that please liquidate the company. Please give the order for liquidation of the company because we have tried for 270 days or 330 days, but we have not been able to identify a workable, viable, feasible, implementable restructuring plan, revival plan. Then NCLT will order liquidation of the company. Once the NCLT orders liquidation, then the function of resolution professional is over, then liquidator is appointed. He will take charge of all the entire assets, property of the company. He will try to sell the entire assets and property of the company either on a slump basis or on a piecemeal basis. Slump sale is where you sell all the assets in one go on as is, where is basis. Piecemeal is where you try to segregate the assets and sell the assets in parts. You are able to probably realize the better value if you sell the assets of the company in parts besides selling the assets in one single go, which is known as a slump sale. After all the assets of the company have been sold, The entire money is realized by the liquidator, and then he decides to distribute the money amongst various stakeholders of the company as per the prioritization list and the prioritization mechanism provided for under section 53 of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, and then the company is ultimately wound up and the company is ultimately liquidated. So the point that I want to share with you briefly is that this is a new area of professional practice where there is eligibility criteria that you have to have 10 years of practice minimum or 15 years experience in a managerial capacity to be able to become a resolution professional. But even for the newly qualified CMAs, there is huge potential and demand under IBC for various functions, because every resolution professional is appointed to manage the affairs of the company needs support of very many different people. He needs support of an accountant, he needs support of an IT person, he needs support of a tax expert, he needs support of a company secretary, he needs support of a lawyer. There is a huge demand and possibility of job employment as well as providing professional services to the resolution professional as support persons, till the time you reach the eligibility criteria provided under IBC to yourself become and qualify as a resolution professional. That's where I close first part of my presentation, that is on IBC, because time is the constraint. So now I'll move on to the next topic, that is valuation, overview of valuation and the emerging professional opportunities in that particular area. Just give me a second to switch my presentation. So, good afternoon, welcome once again to the second part of my presentation here, where I'm going to deal with valuation, overview of valuation and emerging professional opportunities in the domain of valuation. We discussed that the world is changing and the world is changing very, very fast. It's changing at very, very significant speed. The way we live today, the way we work today is very different from what it used to be at least a few decades back. Maybe about 10, 20 years back, the way we used to live the life or to work in the companies, it is entirely different ballgame today. The result is that we have in the marketplace today very, very disruptive business models, especially the e-commerce companies, very, very disruptive business models. We have largest car travel company of the world which doesn't have a single car of your own. Uber, the world's largest travel lodging company, does not possess a single hotel room of their own. Airbnb, the world's largest retailer, Amazon, does not have a single brick and mortar store. Amazon. These are very, very disruptive business models, unheard of till about a few decades back. When you look at the profitability and the financial profile of these companies, you find that many of these companies have profitless turnover. They have a good enough top line, they have a good enough turnover, but end of the day, there is no profit. Or these companies have cashless profit. You have a reasonably okay bottom line, but then there is no cash, there is no liquidity in the business, because probably most of your money would be stuck in the working capital, either in carrying the inventory or your money might have been stuck in debtors. But when you look at the valuation of these companies, surprisingly soaring very, very high. All these companies are able to get funds. All these companies are able to have a lot of investors who are willing and wanting to put money into their companies in spite of the companies bleeding like anything. The magic is their valuation. The valuation is different from profit, from profitability, from EVA, from ROI, from ROCE, it is different. Valuation is a different concept altogether. That's what we're going to talk about and learn a bit about valuation in today's session. Valuation is an art and a science. Maybe you can say not a science, not a perfect science, but it definitely has certain fundamental principles. What is a science? Science is a discipline which has certain universal fundamental principles. Valuation also has certain fundamental universal principles, but then the way they are applied, that calls for a lot of ingenuity, a lot of creativity, and that's where we say that valuation is an art. Value of a business depends on numerous variables. Value for business depends upon many factors, many variables. It can be assessed only within a range. You can't give a precise calculation that this company is worth 50 crore, this company is worth 300 crore, this company is worth 550 crore. You can't give a particular specific number. No. What at best you can do is you can say the valuation of this company is probably between 250 to 300 crores. Maybe you can narrow it down a bit and you can say the value of this company is between 250 and 280 crores. But you cannot give a precise number or a precise figure with regard to the valuation of any company. The aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance. If you look at the value of any company, if you look at market capitalization of any company, and if you compare that with the assets standing on the balance sheet of the company, you would have noticed that the balance sheet numbers are just about 25 to 30% of the overall market cap of the company. Because the value of the company is not only determined by what is standing on the asset side of the company, but basically what is the intrinsic value, inherent value, what is the brand value, what is the patent that the company has which no other company has, what is the customer loyalty, what is the order book size like. All these factors are not reflected in the balance sheet asset. Therefore, the real market cap value of a company is about 70%, whereas the value reflected in the balance sheet is just about 25 to 30% only. So what is value and how can we determine the value of an asset or a business? First, let's clarify between these three terms: price, cost, and value. Value is in the eye of the beholder. Say, suppose, for example, you have a piece of plot available there. Someone says, I'll buy it out for 50 lakhs. And someone came and met you last week and he was willing to offer just about 35 lakhs only. Today morning, somehow you got a phone call. He's willing to pay you 55 lakh for the same piece of plot. It depends what is the value generally in that area and what is the value that is perceived by the particular purchaser. The person who is offering you 55 lakhs or even 60 lakhs for that plot probably might have the adjacent plot also. He is very happy. If I get this plot also, even at a little higher price, I will join this with my existing plot and it will become a bigger chunk. But the person who was offering only about 35 lakh for that piece of plot, he doesn't have an adjacent plot. So he says, I'm only willing to pay just about 35 lakh for this piece of plot and nothing more than that. So value of anything, value of any asset, any business, it actually lies in the eye of the beholder. Who is looking at value? Why does he want to buy that? What advantage he seeks to get out of that asset or the business? That is the angle that has to be seen with a view to arriving at the value of a business. So what is value? Value is in the eyes of the buyer. What value will I get from this particular item which I'm buying from the marketplace today, how much value do I perceive to generate? How much value do I perceive to enjoy by paying a particular price and buying a particular item or an asset from the marketplace? Value is a function of future benefits. What are the likely economic future benefits that I am expected to enjoy if I buy an asset today? That's the crux. To give you an example of stock market, if you decide to pick up Reliance at a price of 1150, I'm not sure what's the price going on right now, just giving an example. If you decide to pick up Reliance share at 1150 and its price has risen from 750 to 1150 over the period of last 3 years, there is no guarantee that the price will keep moving in the same trend for the next 3 years. People who have bought it at 750, they have enjoyed the benefit, they have enjoyed the returns, they got a huge value, 750 to 1150 today. But for you, the value meter starts today. Whatever uptick is there above the price of 1150, that only will be the profit to be earned by you. Whatever has happened in the past has happened. For you, what is important is, what is the future economic benefit? What is the future potential that I'm looking for by making this particular investment, either in the stock or in any asset or in any business or in any property? As cost and management accountants, we are quite familiar with various different concepts of cost. Cost is directly related to consumption of resources to create an asset. Activity-based costing tries to link the consumption of resources with each activity which is required to be performed with a view to carrying out a particular process and with a view to carrying out the process of creating a new product or a service. Cost is directly related to consumption of resources, raw material, labor, other expenses. Then, of course, to break them down, direct, indirect, you have overheads. And then overheads get allocated or apportioned. This is basic costing, of which all of us, we are all masters of that. So when we talk about cost, cost is directly related to consumption of resources to create the asset. So if somebody is willing to sell his house, obviously he would not like to sell it at less than the price at which the cost equals price. If he had spent 30 lakhs to buy a particular flat, and if he wants to sell it out, he would at least be looking for a price of 30 lakhs. Even if there is no appreciation, he should at least like to get back his basic investment. He would at least like to get into a situation of break-even. That's the second factor, cost. Cost is directly connected with the consumption of resources. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. Well-known quote by Warren Buffett. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. If you think of this statement in an everyday common experience, you go to a mall, you go to a shopping store, you want to pick up a shirt, you have an option. Whether you would like to go for a branded shirt or you would like to go for an unbranded piece of shirt. Branded shirt, a lot of good quality, but very high price. Local shirt, quality may not be all that very good, but at the same time, the price is also very, very reasonable. You have a choice. How much price you are willing to pay, because on that will depend what is the value that you are getting. Price is what you pay, but out of that price, value is what you get. How do we decide the price? When you go to a marketplace to buy anything for that matter, and the shopkeeper tells you a number, they said for 70 rupees. Do you pay 70 rupees straight away? No, you want to negotiate. You say, Baba, this is too costly. Will you give it to me for 50 rupees? Will you give it to me for 55? There is a bit of negotiation which happens. And ultimately, depending upon the need of buyer or the seller, somewhere in between, the price will be decided on the basis of negotiation, and that will be the price of the transaction which happens between the buyer and the seller. So negotiations determine the price. Similarly, in the case of mergers and acquisitions, or a case of leveraged buyout, or a case of business acquisition, the buyers and seller will try to arrive at a basic value of the business. And of course, that value will be based upon a range. It's something like 250 to 280 crores. But within 250 and 280 crores, how much exact price will be paid by the buyer for acquiring a particular business, it will depend upon the negotiation between the two parties. It may work out to be finally 255. It may work out to be finally 278, depending upon who has a stronger desire to sell or to buy the product, sell or buy the business. It will all depend upon the kind of negotiation that happens. So, price, cost, value. Cost is concerned with consumption of resources. Value means the future expected value from acquiring of the asset. Price is determined by the negotiations which happen between the buyer and the seller. So valuation is nothing but a challenge of integrating value, price, and cost. That is why I first decided to clarify the conceptual framework of the three words used here. What is value? What is price? What is cost? Valuation is a challenge. How do we integrate value, price, and cost so that a deal can happen, a transaction can happen between a buyer and seller at a given point of time? But if you go to the genesis or the basic root, why does any asset have a value? Why should anything have a value? What are the characteristics which make a particular asset valuable? Just think, why does an asset have a value? The answer is, an asset will have a value if it fulfills the following three essential characteristics. Number one, it must possess utility. It must be of some use to you. Whatever purpose you're buying it for, it must have some kind of a utility for you. If there is something which is not useful for you, which has no utility for you, you would not be willing to spend money for that. For you, the value of that particular thing is zero. It's only when you find that the thing is useful, it has some utility for me, only then probably you will end up paying a value and enter into a transaction with the seller because you want to acquire that asset for some use, because you find that this particular item has some utility for you. Second important thing for anything to have value is that it must be scarce. If there is something which is available in plenty, probably it will not carry any value, or it will carry very low value. But something which is scarce, something which is not readily available, scarcity creates and scarcity scales up the value of an asset or value of anything for that matter. Because the thing is scarce, people are willing to pay a higher price for acquiring that, and that's what drives the value of that particular item, drives the value of that particular thing for any buyer. Third important aspect to have value is anything that has value, it will be marketable or transferable. If you can't trade a particular item, if there can be no transaction happening between a buyer and a seller, the thing will not have any value at all. Essential characteristic to have is it must be marketable. It should be possible for one person to be able to offer it for sale to other person. And it should be legally, physically, possibly transferable. That's what is the third condition required to be fulfilled for an asset to have a value. So the question that we were looking at, why does any asset have a value? Answer is, an asset have a value if it fulfills the following three essential characteristics. It must possess utility, it must be scarce, it must be marketable or transferable. What is valuation? Valuation is the process of finding value of an asset or a liability or a business or any other entity. It is the process of estimating future benefit. We used the term in the previous slide, future benefit. Same thing, in the process of estimating the potential worth of an asset or liability or a business enterprise. If I buy out a company today by way of business acquisition or mergers and acquisition, what is the value which I think will create in future so as to justify my investment into this business today? That is, estimating the potential worth or the estimating future economic benefits likely to arise from an asset or a business enterprise which is being purchased today by a buyer. So, definition of value. Value or valuation is monetary worth of future benefits one is going to have from an asset. Monetary worth of future benefits. Of course, when you actually calculate valuation number, in case of a merger and acquisition deal, you actually look at what are the possible future estimated cash flow streams, and then you discount them back in order to work out the present value. We all have studied capital budgeting and we know what is discounting all about. So valuation is monetary worth of future benefits one is likely to have, one is going to have by buying an asset today at a given price. It is monetary worth of future benefits. Value depends upon a lot of factors. Value depends on who is determining the value and for what purpose. Descendants. If there is a common full property, Hindu undivided family, and the property is being valued for the purpose of division amongst the various legal heirs or descendants, then person who is carrying out valuing, the purpose for which the valuation is being done is different. In case of a partnership, in case a new partner is admitted or an existing partner retires or dies, the revaluation of the assets will happen. An investor looking to make investment into a company will have a different purpose of valuation. A person selling his company, selling his business will have a different intention. Employees have a different perception of value of the business, and the buyer has a different notion with regard to value of any asset or any business. So actually, value depends upon who is determining value and what is the purpose of determination of value. So value depends upon who is doing valuation. Any one of these parties can be doing valuation. Why valuation? What is the purpose? Purpose is very important. Is there a division of the family property? Is there a division of the partnership property? Is the company going in for selling up one of its units? Is the company going to sell its entire business operations? Why? Or the valuation is required under Income Tax Act, or valuation is required under Wealth Tax Act, valuation is required under SEBI, valuation is required under FERA. Why valuation? What is the purpose? And third important aspect is the timing. When one is doing valuation. To look at the valuation of a property, talking about real estate in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, the value is down. 2 years back, the value was high, but now the value has dropped down significantly on account of changing scenario in the world market on account of COVID-19 pandemic situation. Timing is very critical. At what point of time you are deciding to look at the value, and that's known as the valuation date. Effective date for valuation the particular date, precise date on which you want to carry out the value of any business or any asset, that's what is the timing, which is very, very critical element. So value depends upon three key factors: who is doing valuation, why valuation is being done, what is the purpose of valuation, and when valuation is being done, that's the timing aspect. There are different concepts of valuation which are applied in different contexts and for different purposes. Value may be fair market value, fair value, intrinsic or fundamental value, investment value, synergistic value, special value. What is FMV, fair market value? It is a market price which is determined by using the arm's length principle. Arm's length principle is a transaction between a knowledgeable, willing, and unpressured buyer and seller. Both buyers and sellers are expected to be knowledgeable about the entire market, about the price, about demand supply position, everything for that matter. Each one of the buyers and sellers must be willing to enter into a transaction, and the buyer and seller must not have any kind of pressure on them from any side. They are willing to enter into a transaction without there being any pressure from any one of the entities. The price that is struck between a buyer and a seller, when both buyers and sellers are knowledgeable, they are willing, and they are unpressured, that is what is called the fair market value. That means nobody is actually abnormally gaining at the cost of the other. It's not a win-lose situation, it's a win-win situation. Seller is happy that he has been able to get a price. Buyer is happy he has been able to get an asset at a given price. Both find that the price is very, very fair from their perspective. Nobody has actually gained at the cost of the other, and therefore it's a win-win situation for both of them. What is fair value? Fair value has three key elements. Last para. There must be a current exit price. The asset is sold or the liability is transferred in an orderly transaction, and the transaction must be between the market participants. So fair value is the price that would be received while selling an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement date. Therefore, it's a rational, unbiased estimate of the potential market price of an asset or a good or a service. Intrinsic value is an inherent value of an asset, also known as book value conceptually. Intrinsic value is the true value of a company or an asset based on an underlying perception about the future benefits which can be derived from that business in terms of both tangible and intangible factors. This may or may not be the same as the current market value. So when you decide to make investment in the stock market, taking an example, you carry out financial analysis by looking at various kinds of ratios, and you also find out what is the book value of the share on a per share basis. So the book value comes out to be around 20 rupees, and the share as of now is trading at 16 rupees. I think it's a good buy, because the book value means inherent value. That means going by the value of the asset of the company, the share price of the company should have been 20 plus. But for whatever reason, the price is currently prevailing at less than the book value, just around 16 rupees. Therefore, there is, or there seems to be, a possibility of making a kill, because the price is likely to rise in the marketplace. Vice versa, if you find that the book price or book value of a share is 30 rupees and it's trading at 45, I think it's not a good buy, because the price probably has been driven by speculators or by arbitrageurs because the price is far beyond its book value. The real worth of the business is not as high as to reflect a share price of 43 rupees per share because the book value happens to be just about 30 rupees. So this is actually the true worth of a business. Intrinsic value reflects the true worth of an asset. Underlying perception is the future benefits. What are the likely future benefits by considering all the aspects of the business, both tangible and intangible? What is investment value? Investment value is the value of a property to a particular investor, and this value changes from investor to investor. Same example for that piece of plot which I was giving you. Someone offered 35 lakhs, someone offered 45 lakhs, someone offered 55 lakhs. The value, investment value, changes from investor to investor, depending upon his perception as to how useful that particular piece of plot would be for his own particular use. It will all depend upon how much price he would probably be willing to pay for that piece of plot. It reflects the value of an asset depending upon his expectations and requirements. Someone who is offering 55 lakhs, I gave you the example, he is willing to pay 5 lakh more because he already has an adjacent piece of plot. So if he buys this plot also, it will be very big advantage for him. He can create a bigger chunk of his land. That's why he is willing to pay 5 lakhs more. But somebody who is willing to pay only 35, he finds that, well, if I get it at 35, it's fine. If I don't get it at 35, this piece of plot is not really worth more than that. That's his assessment of the future benefits that he is likely to get from that piece of plot. Synergistic value. Why do companies merge with each other? The concept that we have normally read, 2 plus 2 becomes 5. That means whatever be the individual value of the two companies, after their marriage, after their synergistic combination, the value of the consolidated enterprise is expected to be more than the algebraic sum of their individual values. That's the whole ball game. That's the whole philosophy behind mergers and acquisitions. So synergistic value is also known as marriage value. It arises from the combination of two or more companies or two or more assets to create a new asset that has a higher value than the sum of the individual assets. Normally, such a value is used in the case of mergers and acquisitions. We all understand Tata acquired Chorus company of UK in 2007. And ever since this deal happened, the valuation of Tata Steel hasn't really seen any rise, hasn't really picked up because it was a bad deal on the part of Tata. Because they ended up paying a very high price for acquiring Chorus, more than the price that was actually Chorus worth. We believe that Tata Steel is a very big company of India, but Chorus was 4 times bigger than that of Tata Steel. So this was actually a case of reverse merger. Normally, it is expected in a merger that a bigger company will acquire a smaller company. But when a smaller company acquires a bigger company, it is technically called a reverse merger. Special value. In the context of valuing a business or business assets, the special value basis captures the set of characteristics that make the business or its assets valuable to a specific investor. Specific investor, special value, 55 lakh. Somebody who's willing to pay 55 lakh for a piece of plot, that's a special value for him because he has an adjacent piece of plot. If he acquires this plot also, his chunk will become bigger. He will enjoy better facilities in that bigger piece of chunk. He's very happy paying 5 lakhs extra for that. So this is the value which is offered by a specific investor. Liquidation value is the amount that would be realized when an asset or group of assets are sold without consideration of benefits associated with a going concern. Assuming that the life of an asset is over and it is going to be liquidated, the value that it will fetch in the marketplace is called liquidation value. Replacement cost, replacement value is the total cost of replacing an asset, generally in its present form and in accordance with appropriate regulations and legal requirements. Replacement value considers allowance for professional fee, and in the case of tangible assets, considers factors related to construction of a replacement asset, which includes demolition, debris removal, and other factors. Like you have a house which is already constructed. If I want to find out what is the replacement cost of this house, so first what I'll have to do is I'll have to demolish that house. Demolition itself will cost you something, but the debris that you get by demolition of that house will also fetch you some value by being sold out in the market. Some of the material may be reused in the construction of the new house. By adjusting for everything, all the cost and all the prices, all the value, what is the amount you think it will cost you to replace this property today? If you were to construct it a fresh, absolutely new house today, how much will it cost you? That's technically known as replacement value. So these are some of the important concepts of value. Now, looking at professional opportunities, there are huge professional opportunities available for the valuation, because valuation is required to be done under SEBI regulations for valuation of ESOPs, valuation of preference shares, valuation of equity shares, valuation of shares issued on preferential basis, valuation of promoters quota. Valuation is required to be done under Income Tax Act, under Wealth Tax Act. Valuation is required to be done for mergers and acquisition under the Companies Act. Valuation is also required to be done under IBC that we discussed just now, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Anytime a company gets into IBC provisions, it is required to appoint 2 valuers for each asset class. And it is said there are 3 asset classes. You have financial assets, you have land and building, you have plant and machinery. For each of the asset classes, you have to deploy 2 registered valuers to carry out valuation of those companies. So there is huge requirement, huge demand for the valuation work in the marketplace. It's a very, very good professional line to look at. Besides carrying out your own practice, maybe as a cost accountant, but getting into a valuation profession also has huge significance and benefits in today's marketplace. In order to become a registered valuer, the requirement is you must have had prior experience of valuation work for previous 3 years minimum. Then you have to appear for a valuation examination conducted by Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. And then again, like in the case of insolvency professional, you have to undergo a mandatory 50 hours training program. After completing that 50 hours training program, you are registered, enrolled with IBBI as a registered valuer. A registered valuer can only carry out valuations required under the Companies Act and under IBC. So wherever valuation is required to be done under the provisions of the Companies Act or under the provisions of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, nobody else can do it. No chartered accountant, no cost accountant can do it if he has not qualified as a registered valuer. But as of now, any valuation required to be done under SEBI, under income tax, under FEMA, under wealth tax, it can be done by anyone, whether he is registered valuer or not. So there is huge professional opportunity available in the domain of valuation also. That's where I close my presentation on overview of valuation and professional opportunities for the newly qualified cost and management accountants. All the very best for all of you in your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. There is few questions, sir, I would like to share with you.
Yes, please.
Yeah. The first question is, what is the difference between fair market value and fair value?
Fair market value is the value which is transacted between a willing, unpressured, and knowledgeable buyer and a knowledgeable seller. And fair value is, it is a transaction which takes place between the two parties where none of the party feels cheated and there is no abnormal gain. Both the parties are satisfied with a particular transaction, then it is said to be a fair value.
Yeah, sir. The next question, sir. After how many years of passing CMA, we can start studying IBC? Is there any such rule?
I told you that if you want to become a resolution professional, the condition specified is you have to have minimum 10 years of CMA practice experience or 15 years experience after graduation. You must have in managerial capacity. Only then you can be eligible to appear for the examination and become a registered professional. But insolvency professionals also required a lot of support staff. So even right now, even as a fresher cost accountant, you can get job opportunities or professional working opportunities under various RPs because they want various kinds of support services.
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, does IBC 2016 override the SURFACI and other laws?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, what is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Ordinance 2020? Ordinance. Amendment Ordinance 2020.
Yes,
Insolvency
this
and
amendment
Bankruptcy.
ordinance was promulgated by Government of India on 5th of April 2021. This is with a view to bringing about a special insolvency framework for the MSME sector. Small industries, which are defined separately based upon the criteria of assets and turnover, in order to bring relief to these corporates from the provisions of IBC 2016, a simpler kind of revival scheme or simpler kind of revival framework has been proposed, which is technically called pre-pack insolvency resolution process. The main advantage of pre-pack insolvency resolution process is that the control of the business remains with the MSME and they enter into some kind of an agreement with the creditors by how to settle their future debts, and based upon that they will submit their application to NCLT, and if the NCLT accepts the application, then the debt stands restructured and the company is saved from going into liquidation. This is specifically for the MSME segment.
Yes, sir. Sir, one question is that who are operational and financial creditors?
Financial creditors are those creditors who have lent money to someone else where time value is the consideration. Time value of money. We all have studied capital budgeting, whatnot. We know that 100 rupees received today has more value than 100 rupees to be received one year after. So wherever the money is given by one person to another person, by considering and taking into account the concept of time value of money, then it is called a financial creditor. Operational creditor is someone who has to receive money from the company because he has supplied certain goods or provided certain services. He has not lent money, but he has provided certain goods, maybe supply of raw material, and he has also maybe provided certain securities, services, like maybe safety securities or maybe housekeeping services. So anybody who is to take money from the company because of provision of supply of goods or services is called an operational creditor. Anyone who lends money to another person with time value of money being the consideration is called a financial creditor.
Yes, sir. Sir, the last question, that what is difference between ordinance and code?
Sir, the difference is
what is different between ordinance and code?
Absolutely very two different things altogether. Ordinance says what is passed, promulgated by the president to bring about a new law. And the new law which is brought about is called either an act or a code. So the code is already there because it was earlier ordinance was passed and signed by the President of India in 2016 to create the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Now what has been done is only to bring about an amendment by adding chapter 3A to bring about a new insolvency framework for the MSME sector. Therefore, this is called an ordinance. So ordinance is an instrument by which a new law is created, either in the form of an act or in the form of a code.
Thank you so much, sir, for
Thank you very
such
much,
a
sir.
fruitful
Thank you.
session, sir. We are very much thankful you come here and address our newly qualified CMAs.
Thank you so much.
It's
My
very
pleasure.
nice presentation, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
One of the costliest place in the world.
Nandi sir, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello,
Yeah.
Dr. Nandi.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes,
Acha, you have got everything, na? Login and everything, no issue.
correct.
Yeah. Acha. And
So
regarding your
I sent you
presentation,
the few page PPT also. I sent
yeah,
that
yeah.
to you.
Shoaib, you can be able to handle the PPT?
Yeah, sir. I already opened the PPT, and when sirs tell me, I will share.
Okay. So I think students are here, then we can start now.
Yeah, sir. We can start, sir. Student is already there, sir.
Okay, so you can make me live.
Yes, sir. I'm going to make you live, sir.
Dr. Nandi, can they make both of us live at the same time?
Sir, you are live, sir.
No, you are also live.
I'm also live. Okay, fine.
Very good afternoon, all the participants here. So around 1,300 participants are watching this program. This is the 9th day of pre-placement orientation program. We have started from 13th of this month, and we are supposed to complete it by 24th. So every day we are having 2 sessions, first session and second session, and maybe it is split into different other sessions also. So today we are having with us CMA Udayan Guho, a prolific speaker and a very eminent personality in the field of industry. He is from UK. He is a basically industry leader with functional and hands-on experience in outsourcing and consulting in financial services, telecom and manufacturing, including driving revenue growth and managing P&L. His key expertise are in the field of revenue growth through driving sales teams, business strategy, operations and technology leadership, transformational change, digitization, merger and acquisition, outsourcing and offshoring, and P&L management. His work experience includes working at HCL, McKinsey, and PwC, amongst others. He is an electrical engineer from IIT Kanpur and an MBA from London Business School. He is also a qualified cost and management accountant from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. At that time, it was ICW. So you understand the magnitude of his experience and his profile. And he is also secretary of the London Overseas Center of Cost Accountants, and he's staying presently at UK. So I have requested him to talk about his case study first, so that you can be inspired by his exemplary case study that he is having. He has been in the industry for long, 25-30 years, and how he has been evolved as a professional of this magnitude. So I think in the next 1.5 hours, we'll be staying with CMA Udayan Guho. So sir, please you take over the microphone from me, and Shoaib, please make him live.
I'm live. Dr. Nandi, thank you very much. Shoaib, am I live?
Yes, you are live.
Yes, you are live, sir.
Okay. So Dr. Nandi, thank you very much for that great introduction. Welcome to
sir.
all the students who are attending. I want to make this session interactive, so please keep questions coming, and either Dr. Nandi or someone will say, pose those questions to me, because I don't know what to talk about 1.5 hours, but let's start a bit. So Shoaib, can you put the first chart on, please? First slide. Yeah, if you can put the yeah, I can't see the PPT on the screen. Yeah. Is it coming? Sure, I'm still not able to see the PPT of the screen. So let me.
They're sharing.
Pardon?
Just few minutes, sir.
Sure. So all the students, again, passing the costing examination, I went through the same journey many years ago. Yeah, sure. Can you put to the next chart, please? Yeah. I can see the screen.
Yes, sir. We have shared, sir.
Okay, if you just go to the next slide, please. Yeah. Yes. So I think, as Dr. Nandi mentioned, I went through the same journey as all the young people who are listening to this seminar, or and you are on the teams. I went through the same journey many years ago. My first degree is in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur, and post that I worked for a few years in Calcutta. And then I did the costing exam. Both we had the 8 papers inter and 8 papers final. I'm sure the same format is followed still today. And I was fortunate to sort of, like all you guys, have put in some reasonable amount of hard work to graduate from there. And then I came to the UK to do an MBA from London Business. Shoaib, can you go to the next chart, please? Shoaib. Okay. Yeah, no. Go to this chart. The previous chart, because that chart, yes. So and then I did an MBA from London Business School. My professional background, as Dr. Nandi mentioned, is I started with consulting, worked with McKinsey and PwC, and then I was in the outsourcing services business working for Sutherland, and currently work for HCL. I think the interesting point, let me talk to you, and it's very important for all the students in the audio, or all the graduating cost accountants. How has costing helped me? And I think I want to make that talk a bit more about that today, and where I seek the kind of costing opportunities for costing students in the job market as I see today, from my viewpoint. I think the benefits of costing are very interesting. So if I look at my MBA program, and if you look at it, I came from an engineering background, did some work in engineering, did the costing degree. I think it is the costing degree which helped me give me all the foundations of being able to study London Business School, and at the same time being able to graduate well there. So if you look at an MBA program, you have finance courses, you have courses in things like valuation. I think you just had a session on valuation prior to this session. So I also went through the same journey, and again, in my consulting career at McKinsey, valuation was a key part of what I did. And I'll talk a bit more about that. So in the MBA program, you have a number of courses, and a lot of courses what you do in the MBA funnily overlaps with what you do in the costing program. Whether it's they'll have a financial statements thing, the kind of things you do in the operation research, supply chain space, and costing is also an integral part of the MBA. Most MBA programs in the world today. And having a background in the theoretical framework of in costing, then doing an MBA, which is generally, and in a lot of universities today, is case study led, and then and that helps you also getting a job later, because you are sort of going into the same continuum. If I look at my role in consulting, it's very interesting, and the kind of things I did, primarily in financial services, costing became, I would say my costing background helped me in both getting a job in that segment and able to do and able to perform in that area. So let me give you an example. So let us say you go into a client, and one of the things the client asks you to do is the cost reduction program or a cost optimization program. the financial statement, but it is primarily your examples and what you did in activity-based costing, what you learned in costing and your costing courses will really help you in the kind of things in the kind of assessment or analysis you go and do in some of these programs. So I think that becomes very important. So the point I'm saying is, if you look at the various segments and elements you have learned in costing, that will that will sort of build on that, whether it's an MBA program, whether you want to go into consulting, or even the current role I do in outsourcing, it becomes very helpful, because at the end of the day, costing teaches you two things. I believe it tells you two fundamental things. It gives you a top-down picture coming from financial statements, as well as it gives you a bottom-up picture coming from activity-based. So let me give you an example of an activity base. Costing originally started from the industrial world, where it's saying is, right, you have a machine, someone is operating a lathe or some operations, and then you do an activity based costing to find out actually what was the cost of manufacturing the product. The manufacturing world has become very automated today with robotic based manufacturing. But the service world, there is a huge amount of growth in the services world today, where again you look at and people are increasingly focused on that, because that's where a lot of the costs in large organizations are lying today. And as a cost accountant, whether it's in consulting, whether it's in outsourcing, and what has helped me personally, that basic background in costing is what has helped me in analyzing and coming for the right results for all the clients. So just sort of that's about me. Let's just go to the next chart for a minute. Shoaib, can you go to the next chart, please? So I just want to talk to you about where do I see the opportunity areas for cost accountants are today, and I think it's important. And where I see from a global basis, service industry offers enormous opportunities today, and service industries both in India and overseas. So just to give you an idea, let's take the financial services industry. The top 10 global banks in the world today employ directly about 300,000 people in India. And a lot of it is either a combination of technology and operations. And in that operations, you are running processes, but more important than as cost accountant, you will be managing the people who run those processes. So, and that becomes very important. So what I see is for cost accountants today, whether it's financial services or what we call global shared services. I'll put the definition of shared services. So let us take a global company like Diageo, which manufactures drinks. They have a center in Bangalore, which has 4,000 or 5,000 people. That center runs the global finance and accounting function, the HR function, all the enterprise resource function for Diageo across the globe. So think of a company like Diageo, which is operating in maybe 50 or 75 countries across the world. They have to run, accounting is run in country. So they have to run a management account, they have to run statutory accounts for every country they operate. And at the same time, they have to do their accounts payables, accounts receivables functions. They have to have HR, they have to satisfy all the HR norms and run all the HR processes. So today with technology, with what I call laid down processes, good business process management, you can run these centrally in hubs across the world. So again, I see that as a very important stepping stone for cost accountants, because we understand the domain, as well as I think you put a technology layer or a business process management layer on it, you can do very well. The second area I see again is what I call is enterprise functions. So if you look at enterprise functions like SAP and all, these are, and specifically with global companies today, there is a scarcity or dearth of skill sets in SAP or Oracle, especially in enterprise functions across the globe today. Where cost accountant should play a role, in my view, and where I see the emerging opportunity is not only in areas like what I call understanding the domain, but working with clients, implementing SAP packages, bringing the functional domain expertise on various different modules of SAP, whether it's the supply chain module, the FICO module, and you name it. That's what becomes what I call a extension of a skill set you learned as a cost accountant. Let's take you want to implement a new SAP package across the globe. The most important thing is chart of accounts. it is only a cost accountant and definitely a chartered accountant who has the domain knowledge to implement such functions. And that becomes very important. And that's where I see for newly qualified cost accountants to seek, if you want to sort of get into the enterprise function area, definitely get to know SAP or Oracle, because between these two, they make about 80% of the global enterprise, what are enterprise packages for the large corporations globally. And I think the important point also is this is an area where there's a skill shortage globally today. And specifically with the whole thing moving to the cloud, there's enormous availability, the requirement of talent, and it could be a good area for cost accountants to pursue. And with other interesting point is you can move around globally, given the skill shortage in this area. You know, if you become qualified in SAP and other enterprise resource function packages. I talked about, I think the other interesting area where I see a lot of cost accountants with their natural skill set progressing is in the areas of pricing, things like financial control, treasury, core areas, but these are becoming increasingly technology driven. So there are lots of technology packages which will sort of say, you know, you can basically pull the data, and the role is sort of looking at and analyzing it along with data analytics. It doesn't mean that as a cost accountant, you need to know how to learn programming for these. It will be good to learn. And these are, you know, these are 3-6 month. As you work, you can sort of pick this up, but that gives you more, significantly more arsenal in ways of tackling these. These are specialized areas and you become very rich in the domain. So these are, again, once you have these domains, you can look at these opportunities and move international. There will be opportunities in the Middle East. And with the skills-based system, you know, there'll be opportunities. The UK and Europe will be opening up, and that's what's going to happen. The other interesting area, which is a very European and American-driven thing, not so much in India today, but I think it will come. There specifically not only in financial services, but also in areas, you know, large companies. This whole issue of KYC, know your compliance, data compliance, the things like GDPR, which has come in because data is the new oil. Who owns the data? Who has the right to the data? Who has the access to the data? The policies and procedures are, which I see, an extension of what the domain of cost accountants are, or young people coming out can specialize in that area. You have to take some specialized courses, but you sort of have the opportunity to work with large organization. And again, I see these are areas where there is a significant demand in terms of skill set. Employers are looking for people with the skill set to hire them. And I see, and generally these are today high growth sectors. So any questions so far? I'm just wondering, Dr. Nandi, because just covered the area, this will be of interest to the young crowd coming out. Any questions so far?
Sir, few questions. Can I share?
Yes, please. I think.
Okay, sir.
Let's make it interactive. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. First question is, what is the scope of US CMA in abroad?
US CMA in abroad. That means you have. Okay. See, as I said, CMAs is a basic qualification, and the international, and as India is progressing and Indian qualified professionals are moving across the world, the Indian CMA is being recognized globally. So if you look at this chart, which is on the screen, in all the areas I spoke about, whether it's the service industry, enterprise functions, compliance functions, scope for CMAs to sort of specialize a bit or move into this area. And there'll be job opportunities in both UK, if you have language skills, in Europe, and definitely in the US, because there's a dearth of skills at a managerial or a domain level in these segments. Should I have next question, please?
Yes, sir. Next question, sir. What opportunities does CMA has in APAC countries like Singapore? CMA is not much here in these countries.
No, so I think what you need to think about is, you know, you need to look at the size of these countries. So definitely Singapore is a big hub. There is a demand for talent there because Singapore is a high growth economy today. And a lot of people have aspirations. If you look at Dubai wants to say, I want to become a Singapore. Even today, post Brexit, London, UK wants to say, we want to become Singapore on the Thames. So Singapore, there is definitely significant opportunity. you just cannot say I'm a CMA, what would be my career prospects there? So choose an industry segment, talk to your peers and friends and say, is there a skill shortage in that area over time? And the more you empower or arm yourself with tech driven skills along with the CMA, that will sort of increase. So APAC Singapore is a good hub for students you want to, or for qualified students who want to go into that part of the world, because that's a growing region of the world. But I think the only thing you need to be cognizant about is the STEM Philippines, people coming from Philippines will be an interesting competitor, because Philippines as a country is also focusing on outsourcing. And so you'll have a lot of shared service centers are set up in Philippines. So there is an ecosystem in Philippines where people are studying finance related or STEM related subjects. So you'll start facing competition from that. So you need to be aware of that dynamics as you go into the Singapore APAC region. The local talent will start competing with you. But if you look at generally, look at the Middle East, look at specifically in UK, look at the US, the local talent is not sort of what I call studying accounting, studying math is not their natural home, like it is for Indian students staying in India, graduating from India. So that's the thing you need to keep in mind in terms of how demographics, or how the local demography and the local competitiveness you will face when you go into a new territory or country. Shoaib, next question.
Sir, next question next question is, sir, could you please highlight how one can get into consulting as a career?
Absolutely. So there are 2-3 things. One of the thing is lot of consultants, not all consulting firms hire people to look at specialized skill sets. So there are 2 ways. One is you post a cost accountant, do an MBA from a good school, then you'll have an automatic entry because the consulting firms comes to the MBA schools to hire. And that is the way I got into consulting. I studied in London Business School, did an MBA from there. I was hired in campus from McKinsey, and I then started working in the UK, and I've stayed in the UK and London since then. So one route would be for a cost accountant to do an MBA program from a reasonably good school, and ensure that whether it's the leading consulting firms, the strategy houses, or consulting firms like the Big Four, the PwCs, the Deloittes of the world, they sort of come to hire in that campus. So that is one route to get into consulting. And again, one thing I'd also suggest, when you first get into consulting, try to get into some of the big firms, because the big firms, when you get into the firm, they also act as a school. They act as an extension of the MBA program or an extension of what you studied, because you learn. There are significant coaching courses inside these companies, and they help you learn and grow in these companies, grow professionally. So when I say grow, one is you will grow in content. At the same time, you will grow in career. My suggestion to a lot of people who want to become consultants is, first couple of years, focus on content. See how much you can learn. Be like a sponge to sort of suck it up. Then automatically things happen because you become a very domain rich guy and there's a demand for you. So that's one way, going via what I call the MBA route. I think the other way is, my suggestion would be, think of your core skills, think of your cost accounting program, and maybe your bachelor's degree. I'm assuming most cost accountants would also already have done an undergrad program in whether it's science or engineering or commerce. Look into your core skill sets and focusing on this core skill set. A lot of consulting firms, the big ones as well as medium-sized ones, hire people in specialist domains. And it could be, the enterprise functions, as I said, it could be what I call support functions, specifically financial pricing, financial control. That would be a good entree into get into the consulting organization, and then you move to what I call general consulting. So so that is the other route. But my sense, if you want to do the latter, is you need to. Every case should be unique, because that will depend on your individual background, what you did in your undergrad program. Shoaib, next question.
Next question is, sir, what course can we pursue after CMA to work in abroad?
So I think we have a session on 23rd of February, where I think at about 6:30 UK time, 6:30 plus UK time, and and hopefully the institute can send that invite to you all. So LOCA, which is the London Overseas Centre of Cost Accountants, we are holding a special session for what I call for business and education between India and the UK. So, and I suggest that would be an important session for a lot of you aspirant qualified cost and management accountant to see how you can, what can you study to come and work in the UK long term and hopefully have a career here. And one of the reasons being the UK government has now got a new rule which basically says any student doing a higher study or any study with under some qualified guidance in the UK has the automatic right to stay and work in the UK for 2 years. That rule has come in the last, I think, 6 months or 12 months under the current Prime Minister Boris Johnson government, which is to encourage talent from different parts of the world to come and work in the UK. So my one suggestion would be, please come to that session. Hopefully, Shoaib, Dr. Nandi, you can circulate the link to all the attendees of this event. And post 6:30 p.m. on Friday, the 23rd of April, they can attend because we have speakers from both the UK Visa Office or the UK Home Office. We have senior people from a couple of universities coming and speaking, and they can hear and then they can form some ideas what to do. I think that's one route. So one route would be to sort of do what I call especially for the UK, do a master's degree, specifically cost account, and then you get the automatic right to work. The other option is looking at the Middle East, where there is always a dearth of talent, and as the global economy picks up, you can definitely find a way to sort of work in the Middle East and then make your way over time into Europe and the Americas. I think there's a third interesting way, and a lot of people have done that. Try to get roles in either the large IT outsourcing companies in India, or else in the global or else the operating center, the shared service centers of the large banks, of the large companies in India. As I mentioned, the banks employ 300, the global banks, they don't have any, most of them don't do business in India. They employ 300,000 people in India to service the globe. So if you can get into some of these banks, the JP Morgans of the world, the Goldmans of the world, the Barclays of the world, then once you're there for a few years, they sort of look at career mobility. And through that, you can also see how you can move overseas. Similarly, look at the large IT services organizations, whether it's the Accentures, the TCSs, the IBMs, the HCLs, the Wipros of the world. Find a way to get a role there and get involved in those kind of roles, which will give you job mobility, because they generally move a lot of people from their Indian centers to their overseas centers, and those are generally billable roles as they can be close to the client. So think about that. That's another option also to see how you can move abroad. Shoaib?
Yes, sir. Yeah, next question, sir. This is very frequently asked. Will CMA add value to CMA India, and will CMA be good idea if someone wants to settle in European countries?
See, so that's a very interesting question. I would sort of have a very different view today, and it's very, very important to understand this. Today, India is becoming well known, and if you look at some of the Indian companies, I think in the previous example you had where Tata acquired Chorus. So Indian companies, Indian professionals are getting recognition on a global basis today, specifically in Western Europe and in the Americas. And CMA is an UK degree. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but if I had a choice between doing a CMA and doing a master's course, let us say in something like with some analytic bent, a master's course with some things on SAP, I would do that because you become more marketable in the UK. CMA just adds to your costing examination. In terms of content, you are not learning anything new. We are moving into a world today where employers are looking at saying is, what is the content you bring to the table rather than what is the degree? The degree is just your passport. It's like sort of saying passport. It's a stamp. It's a tick in the box. But when you're starting to look for hire for people, you are looking for that specific domain where there is a shortage. Things like data analytics, things like SAP. So my sense is if you want to look into doing another degree, specific an UK degree, it might be better to see that you can do a master's in the UK and then use that along with the cost and management accounting qualification you have, which might be of greater value to you in the long term in terms of career mobility and getting jobs with international companies. So my conclusion is, if someone wants to do a CMA, please do. It might add value, but I think it adds more value if you do a master's in a different domain rather than just doing a CMA. I think as we see, as with Loka, with Loka opening its center there, we are sort of publicizing the good things of what costing has done, or the Cost Institute. I think the incremental value you get from doing a CMA is sort of diminished now. If it were 10, 20 years ago, I would have sort of said, let's do CMA. Hopefully that answers the question and gives student a food for thought. Shoaib, next question.
Sir, next question is, what are the opportunities for CMAs in World Bank and other United Nations office?
So I am not an expert at that, but I know friends of mine who have joined the World Bank and UN. They have a very structured program. I think they have offices in India also, where and it is all in the web. So my suggestion to you is there are opportunities, and there are different programs how you can get into the institutions, but they recruit on a global basis. So you need to find out what those programs are, apply in that window, and then the process takes over. I'm not the best guy to talk about that. Maybe the institute can find someone who knows the whole UN organization and World Bank better than me, but they are large employers. They pay well, they take care of their people, and they are good organizations to enter, because then you have a career mobility and you stay there for life. Sure. Next.
Yes, sir. Which area is good for CMA? Fund accounting, international accounting, or costing?
Another very interesting question. So I don't know the relevance of that question, but I would say fund accounting is again very, very specialized. But there is a demand for fund accounting people today, funnily, with the fund industry consolidating and becoming very tech driven. If I had to put a bet, if you want a niche job in what I call in the fund management industry and the supply chain for that, the custodians, the fund accounting and all, and because the wealth management business is growing globally today, and those are jobs which you can get in India, in UK, in US, and there are 5 or 7 hubs in the world where all these fund accounting jobs are. I would say fund accounting is something which hires in bulk and would be an interesting space for cost accountants to move to. But to my mind, it is an extension of cost accounting. So the skills you have learned in costing as a cost accounting, the fund accounting just overlays the fund industry domain and the process to sort of, you use the accounting skills of what you have learned in costing and the domain knowledge of how a clearing and settlement, how the NAV of a fund is calculated. You marry both of them, that's what becomes fund accounting. And a lot of the people who sort of enter that business are running those processes, running those back office, becoming managers there. Most of them has to come from an accounting background, and cost accountants are well positioned because you're hopefully smarter than a general accountant. What pursuing?
Yes, sir. Next question. SAP and Oracle are much needed. Therefore, if get to do one of them, will it get me a dynamic level of exposure?
So it's very interesting. So depends on where you want to look at the long term. So if you want to look at Middle East, SAP is definitely okay. SAP and between SAP and Oracle, they have between 75 to 80% of the global market in what I call large ERP packages, ERP platforms. If you're focusing on the US, it is more of an Oracle play. If you want to sort of focus more in let us say in UAE, UK, Europe, the most enterprises are focused around SAP. So if you gain expertise in SAP and specifically in things like SAP HANA and SAP today, these things are giant packages. Focus on 3 or 4 areas: finance, FICO modules, supply chain modules, maybe the pricing module, 3 or 4 or 5 of them. And you can sort of talk to your peers who are SAP or Oracle industry experts and find out if you look at all the number of SAP certified professionals or Oracle certified professionals, break them down by function or break them down by modules, and then take a logical call, see where the demand is, and get trained in those areas. because and also look at the new modern SAP on the cloud, HANA on the cloud, similarly Oracle on the cloud, which are coming along. Get trained in some of those modules. I think it will be best. So coming back to your question, SAP or Oracle, the way I would think about it is, where do we want to be long term? If you want to be in India, fine. I think SAP is great because a lot of the Indian companies, a lot of them are focused on SAP. If you want to focus on the Middle East, I would say UAE and all, those are SAP shops. The SAP has a significant presence there. If you want to focus on Europe, manufacturing, please focus on SAP because bulk of most of the large organizations in Europe are focused on SAP. The US is, if I went with the US, because Oracle is a California headquartered company and that's where the bulk of their clients would be to start with. My sense is, I think then you sort of start focusing on the Oracle side of the business because the huge demand for Oracle clients, various modules of Oracle packages, and how can you becoming a functional consultant, how you can become a program manager, how you can implement some of these packages in those geographies. So it's not a black and white answer. It is an answer. It depends. It has to marry in where you want to be long term. If you want to be in India, my suggestion is looking at most of the manufacturing companies, with GST coming in and all. SAP has taken a lead over Oracle in the Indians, in specifically in India.
Yes, sir. So next question is very frequent question. What is the scope of US CPA after completing CMA?
So that is not something I am the best guy to answer because I have never done an US CPA. So I will pass on that. Maybe you have other speakers, in your session. My suggestion would be that, to pose the question to them. But from an European perspective, from an UK perspective, that does not matter. It does not add any value to a CMA, is my view, because the Indian educational system and the UK educational system are very, very aligned. And in terms of we were originally a part of the UK CMA. Then I think in 1948 or 1952, whatever it is, we were sort of set up by a charter of the Indian Act of the Indian Parliament, and that's what became the Indian the Indian Institute, Indian Cost Accounting Institute. So my sense is for an Europe and UK perspective doesn't matter. Again, Shoaib, Dr. Nandi, please ensure, if someone is focused on the US CPA, this question, someone with an US CPA background, is worthwhile asking them that question.
Yes, sir. So next question is, sir, what are the technical skills to be added to get into mergers and acquisition segments?
So it's very, so you had a session before which talked about valuation and mergers and acquisitions. So you need to think through what is the role of advisors. So there are 2 or 3 areas of mergers and acquisition. One is you go and work for a bank. One is you go and work for a Big Four or the Deloittes and the PwCs of the world. So that's where you'll work in an advisory capacity. And the other side is you work for companies who go and do the mergers and acquisition department of companies. So generally the career progression of most people who have done M&A is to either join a bank in their advisory function or join one of the Big Four or the advisory firms in their M&A division. The people work in the M&A departments of most internal companies, the large companies in India, all have mergers and acquisitions departments today. And if you look at the individuals who are being hired there, they have had their career or they spend their first formative years in either a bank or a Big Four to work on what I call the advisory side of the business rather than on the principal side of the business. Because you need that skills before a company hires you, because the large corporation does not, which is not a bank or not an advisory firm or the Big Four, they don't have the wherewithal, the training function to train you up. That's the first point. I think in mergers and acquisition, you need to think through what are the skills you need. And in all mergers and acquisition, there are 2 parts to mergers and acquisition. One is the client-facing side of the business, where you are acting as the deal advisory, either on the buy side or the sell side for the client. And the other is the technical side of the business, where you are the technical guy running the spreadsheets, doing the analysis, and what I call looking at the valuation and thinking through what the deal structure would be, and looking at the regulatory laws in any country or any specific jurisdiction or a segment, depending again on what I call, along with the lawyers. I think these two, funnily enough, are the roles in M&A. You need to think through as an individual what kind of individual you are. If you're a very technical oriented person and love to be and have a bit of and more of an introvert personality, my sense is you should focus on the technical side of M&A, because that's where you will shine and you will grow. If you want to be on the advisory side of the business, you're going to advise clients. You need to have you need to sort of think through as an individual what you are, what your background is. You need to have good presentation skills, good articulation skills, good sort of writing skill, because you need to prepare pitch documents. That's an exercise in itself. So again, just thinking about the question was, how do you get into mergers and acquisitions for a cost accountant? My suggestion would be, it is mostly either you sort of work in a bank which has a mergers and acquisition advisory division, or else you work in one of the accounting big four, or as you call the Deloitte, the PwCs, the KPMGs or the ENYs of the world, or there will be the second tier of that who sort of work in that space. But more important, mergers and acquisition always sounds very exciting, but the number of people in that space who actually do it is very small. And as you grow on the advisory side, you will be sort of benchmarked on who is your client base if you want to be in an advisory firm. And that depends again on your personality. It's what I call a front-end sales focused role based on domain knowledge as you build up over time, and you are able to build a series of contacts to do deals. On the other side is what I call the technical side of the business, where you are the guy running the numbers. And I think as your previous speaker talked about valuation and synergies during merger, you'll be working with what I call due diligence consultants. You'll be working with lawyers to sort of put the deal together, the structure of the deal, and you'll be running the spreadsheets and the numbers to sort of say, you can do a deal at this price, this is the range. Those two are different types of role. But the conclusion is, if you want to move into that area, focus on working for a bank or accounting or one of the big four advisory firms. What is their and what they call the transaction advisory side of their business, or the financial advisory services side of the big four. Shoaib.
Yeah, sir. Next question is, sir, that tell us about procedure for getting admission in London Business School for MBA, as well as benefit for CMA.
No, so procedure of MBA is London Business School is very simple. I think you should go to their website, that you can download the form, and then they will look for 3 or 4 criteria. One is they will look at you need to give a GMAT score. Then you need to give English as the equivalent of TOEFL or English as how proficient are you in English. There is a test. I don't know what the current test is called. These are 2 important things. Then you apply, and depending on your grades and the essay you write, and again the other thing what you talk about also is what are your the recommendations you get from either people you worked with, because they generally look for 3 years work, 3 to 4 years, between minimum 2 years, between 2 to 6 years work experience is what is the optimum model, and your grades. So again, summarizing, please go to the website. It's a very structured process. You need to start thinking about giving your GMAT, and you need to get a good score. They have a cutoff ranking in the GMAT. The second thing is you need to think about doing what is called TOEFL or your proficiency in English. Those are the 2 exams you have to do. And GMAT, my suggestion is you should prepare before you sort of give a GMAT. However good you are, there is it's like athletics. If you want to go for a 100-meter sprint, however good, you need to practice. I think GMAT requires some practice if you want to get a good score. And then you need to think of, look at the forms. They will ask you to write your future plans, why and why LBS. You need to think of the essays, and then look at your grades. So you need to get your transcripts or grades and recommendation. So you need to, I think they require 2 to 3 recommendations. That's what is normal. Definitely 2 recommendations they'll require. And that is a process. And I think then in any year, they will get X number of applicants, and based on the ranking, how they look at different applications, then they will take a call. Shoaib.
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, how can we convert ourselves from accountant to SAP specialist, as one have already good experience of SAP, but as an accountant only, not as a SAP specialist?
No, so is the question related to shared service specialist? Is that what we are calling?
Yes, sir, SAP.
Yes. So I think it's very good question, and I see that's a great opportunity for cost accountants. What do the shared service functions do? They are running the back office shared service functions of most global corporations. So whether it be the accounts payables process, they break it up into process, or the accounts receivable process, the general ledger process, or let us say your hire to retire circle in HR, your supply chain process, your procurement process. There are about 7 to 10 processes which most of the shared service centers run. And cost accountants, excluding the help desk of IT, which is sort of a ticketing service, and then you have a triaging service. I think it is a natural move for cost accountants to flourish in the shared service sector and be managers and run the shared service centers, because you're primarily combining your cost accounting domain knowledge as well as with the expertise of some technology, because all of these is driven a lot by business process management layer software riding on top of SAP or Oracle or whatever the global packages are. And you have heard of a term called robotics process automation, which is coming in to automate some of these processes. So your domain knowledge in cost accounting, your understanding of some of these basic processes, which is again a combination. Understanding an accounts payable process, you will not only use your domain knowledge, but you will also your operations research or what I call OR operations research or operational research courses in cost accounting, because you need to understand what is the average handle time of approving an accounts payable, or what is the average handling time of a general ledger posting, because at the end of the day, your staffing, your efficiency of a shared service center is all about domain knowledge, processing capability, and processing capability is operations research, nothing else. These are all simple. You lay down a lay down a process map, and then follow that. So my suggestion to cost accountants, specifically as India is today the back office of the world, is to see apply to a lot of the shared service centers, whether it's the banks, whether it's the large corporations who have centers in India, as well as the Indian service companies, and get a managerial job in sort of running an AP, AR, or one of those basic processes, and then you move up the career from there. And then that will give you career, what I call global career and mobility. So suggestion again is great opportunity to move into shared services centers. You have the right qualification as a cost accountant to get in this area. To me, it is a natural career progression, and I believe cost accountants can flourish in that space.
Yes, sir. Sir, next question is, sir, what is the role of CMAs in IT sector like Infosys, Wipro, and TCS?
So if you look at the IT sector, so what is happening is, as I mentioned, whether it's TCS, whether it's Infosys, in the companies whoever mentioned, they all do large business process outsourcing services. And business process outsourcing services is nothing but running shared services on behalf of large corporations. So again, there is a huge demand for accounting-based professionals who have both domain. My humble suggestion to all the students are, get tech savvy, understand what's robotics process automation is, understand what the business process management layer is. You don't need to go to schools, just read that up. There are enough material down there you can download, and it's very easy. Think of your operations research courses in cost accounting. Business process management, robotic process automation is nothing but a technology format of what you learned in your operations research management. Combine that with accounting domain. That's what all these shared service center, the companies you mentioned, the Infosys, TCS of the world, they are not only IT service, they are IT services companies. So they run global, they run huge back offices on behalf of banks, on behalf of what I call large global corporates, and there will be a requirement of huge number of cost accountants in these roles, and they generally hire accounting professionals in bulk. So I have been involved in transactions where I was involved in hiring 500 accounting professionals over a period of 12 months. This was a client who wanted 1,000 people in India. So and they wanted specifically in the areas of fund accounting, custodian and other places. So the best place we thought of getting these people are hire accounting professionals, give them domain training. It generally requires for an accounting professional, it requires between 30 to 60 days of, I would say between 30 to 60 days of classroom training before to understand the domain, and then they are smarter than the others to run these processes and get on the floor. So one of the other things I've been involved in is for a large bank moving all their management accounting to India. Whom do you hire? You hire accounting professionals, and it is a natural home for what I call for cost accountants to move into. And I would say cost accountants, because they're smarter than a normal accountant, they will sort of become the managers, leaders in running these areas forward. Sure, next question.
Yes, sir. Which kind of visa should one get to coming to the UK?
So there are a couple of things. So I am not an expert at that. So my suggestion on the visas is on 23rd of April, post 6:30, Loka along with the institute is holding a webinar. My suggestion, Shoaib, Dr. Nandi, is to send an invite to all the students in this call. Let them participate. Let them understand from the Visa UK Home Office what are the kind of questions they have, and let them address this. I think there are three ways, but I'm not an expert. One is it's an intercompany transfer. Second is you study in the UK and then you automatically get the right to stay. And there is a third is there is a points-based system depending on your qualification, and it's very well laid out. And I think let the expert talk. Provided you have a job in the UK and you qualify all the points, you can work in the UK. Again, I'm not an expert. My suggestion is please attend this event on the 23rd of April. There will be the British Deputy High Commission there. He will be speaking. There will be a person from the UK Home Office who sort of is the department which forms the regulatory guidelines for issuing the visas. Please let's hear it from that individual. And I'm happy to and I'm sure that the individual will cover all the points regarding visas coming to the UK in that session. Shoaib?
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, CMA scope in investment banking like Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan?
So Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan has 20,000 people in India. Goldman Sachs has between over 5,000 people in India. So if you want to enter this JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, focus on their areas, as I mentioned, the areas what they run in India today. There are a lot of back office processes they run. Again, as I mentioned, it could be in the area of the whole trade life cycle management. It could be in banking. It could be core enterprise functions what they run. Their the back office of their treasury, their accounting, their management reporting functions. So that would be a natural place for cost accountants to move into these banks, and they generally pay well, better than what I call the industry, better than both the Indian banks as well as normal Indian industry. They would generally pay well, but they are demanding organizations. They work long hours, and you just need to be sort of aware of that. So again, suggestion: you want to go to Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan as a cost accountant degree. What you have today. You have the right qualification. They all hire in bulk. They all hire lots of people in India. Apply to those centers because India is some of their hubs. You take a list of the 10, 20 banks. Go to the NASSCOM website and type in and say who are the banks having shared service centers in India. All the foreign banks. Take a list of them and write. So, for example, someone like Standard Chartered. StanChart has 7 to 10,000 people in Chennai. Barclays has people in Chennai, Noida, Pune. So all of Goldman Sachs has Bangalore as a hub, and I think they're building Pune as a hub. Deutsche Bank has something in Pune and something in Bangalore. So think of the city where you live in. Think of if you live in Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Noida, there are lots of, or Delhi, there are lots of large banks who have hubs there. And Hyderabad is an upcoming city. Wells Fargo is setting up a huge center there, or is already set up. So you look at all these centers and it becomes easy for you because they hire locally. And if you are a cost accountant, they have a process, get into the process and highlight your qualification and think through a bit more of the areas you want to work. And you should be able to get into some of these banks.
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, role of CMAs as a financial analyst, and what is the role of financial analyst?
Correct. So I think you need to think of financial analysts as roles in lots of areas. So let's think from a bank's point of view. Banks hire financial analysts in the, or what we call in the credit division, where before they're taking credit decisions. So that's one role. Banks hire financial analysts in what I call in their sell side research, which is equity analysts, and we will someone will sort of say what is happening to Unilever stock. They will do a financial projection. So that's one role. And that's a very competitive role because you're up or out. But if you look at the large banks, specifically the Indian banks who are sort of giving money to both individuals and corporate, they have large credit divisions given the length and breadth of country. So that is also and the credit analyst is primarily a financial analyst who has gone into credit making decisions. So again, that's an opportunity CMA cost accountants can pursue, and that's a large profession in terms of sheer number of people entering that. If you look at the length and breadth of the country wants to give more credit to businesses. These are not automated. The credit decision making is not an automated process. It's a customized process. It requires people with what I call spreadsheet type skills, accounting skills, financial analysis skills, and financial projection skills. And again, backed up by the numbers have to be backed up by reality or what the business will deliver. So in terms of the sheer number of financial analysts required in the country as a whole is huge. The number of equity research analysts required by the banks is a defined number of pool. And you compete there not only as a cost accountant, you will also compete there with the MBAs who are coming out, the large number of MBAs. You will also compete there with the chartered accountants. So think through where you want to compete and where do you see look at as you an individual. If you are a star and you feel that I'm happy to compete with the best of the best, please focus on becoming an equity research analyst. If you're sort of saying is, guys, I am good, but there are certain skill set where I'm a bit lacking compared to some of the others guys in the equity research market. Maybe their articulation skills, because that's also primarily a sales tool, what they go and sell their research to clients. Then you get into the credit. Then you get into the credit analyst division, and in large banks, these are incredibly powerful roles. So you can decide a company X who wants let's say you work for SBI. As you go up the chain, or not up the chain, you will, given the scale of SBI, you will be doing financial analysis of credit decisions in thousands and thousands of crores. So your results, so impact your decision has both on the bank in taking a right credit decision, as well as on the borrower who's coming to borrow is huge, and in terms of the impact. So just think about that. I think financial analysis has scope both in banks as well as what I call in the equity research. These are the two broad areas what I see as natural career movements. So, and that is why a lot of people do what I call the CFA degree, as I know, and in the US specifically, CFAs generally go into this area. But I don't think in India that's the requirement. So, and in Europe also that's not the requirement. So you can become a lot of accountants with cost accounting type qualification get into what I call is the credit analysis parts of banks.
Yes, sir. Sir, next question is, sir, in the view of early growth prospect, in which direction should a CMA fresher move?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. In the view of early growth prospect, in which direction should a CMA fresher move?
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand that question a bit more. So again, I think my suggestion would be it depends you as an individual. This is we have about 1,200 attendees. I can tell you, everyone will have. You can group it up into 15 or 20 or 40, 50 or 60 groups, but it's very customized. It will depend on what your first degree is, which part of the country you are in, depending on your local demand, depending also on your what your natural skill sets are. But I think that what we have on the screen is these are the general areas what I think would be very helpful. Whether you go into service industry, enterprise function, support functions, and then some of the things what I call is the compliant functions, which are going to become increasingly important in India, but there is a huge demand for this skill set in the West. But if you want to look at where the bulk of the I think where the bulk of the jobs will be, I think will be in enterprise functions, service industry, and support functions. That's where I think a lot of the cost accountants should focus on.
Yes, sir. The next question is, sir, do investment bank directly recruit CMA?
Yes, of course they do. 100%. Investment banks have a process where they directly recruit. They go into they directly recruit at what I call at the analyst or the associate level from all sorts and walks of life. But they have a very, depending on the reputation of the bank, they have a very structured procedure. So you will be in the same bracket as what I call a cost accountant or a chartered accountant or some of the not the major league MBAs or the second tier MBAs also. So you'll be in the same pool. So they definitely recruit, and I think that recruitment process follows a yearly cycle. My suggestion is each bank will have its own policy. Today, given that every bank has a website, so please go into the websites, download their form, put your name there. They generally have a help desk to answer some questions. I think that's the route you should follow. And I'm sure Dr. Nandi will be at the Institute Recruit Placement Division is also hopefully talking to a number of these banks, because it is quite natural for for the banks to hire cost accountants in the various functions as I mentioned they have, and whether it's Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan, you can classify them as investment banks.
Yes, sir. Students are frequently asking about the investment banking, sir.
Right.
What are the different avenues available for CMAs in investment banking? How should one pursue for investment banking after completing his CMA?
No, so I think again, it is very interesting. So as I said, so investment bank, my suggestion to you is whether it's the MBAs from the IIMs of the world, whether it's the cost accountants and the chartered accountants, everyone wants to work for an investment bank. But you need to think through where in the investment bank you should work. Mergers and acquisition, let us say trading, are the revenue side. There is the revenue side of the business where the number of people employed are not that high, but it looks attractive. You heard about them in the press. So that's where I think the IIMs, that's where the creme de la creme compete. And it's very difficult to survive there and very difficult to get in. But I'm not saying you should try. The brightest and the best of the CMAs should try for, or the cost accountants should try for that. But there is a huge pool of employees in the investment bank, whether let's take the trade life cycle, it's a middle and the back office where hundreds of thousands of people are employed by most banks. And most of the, as I said, India is the back office of the world today. So you have a unique opportunity to join some of these global banks or global investment banks in India in their middle and back office, where generally the leading IIMs, the leading business school people do not want to go. And that's a natural home for cost accountants, because you're running numbers, you're running processes, and cost accountants naturally will have a skill set which combines both. So my suggestion is, if you want, and again, their recruitment process is very structured. They sort of run recruitment cycle. They hire at the intake at the graduate program or the associate level program, and they have yearly cycles. So knock on the doors, talk to your friends, send your CVs there, and maybe I think the institute can help in sort of instead of 1,200 people applying to 10 banks. I think institute can sort of help and facilitate a bit of that, because that will be more helpful. So answering again, each bank has a structured program. The HR process is the graduate intake program at the junior level is a very structured program. So definitely cost accountants qualify for that. Some people who have already got work experience and they feel they should not join at the graduate program, they need to join at a bit more senior, or not at the junior most level, but at the level 2 or whatever the levels are. My suggestion there, it becomes a customized application, and there what you need to combine is look at the background you have had in the past. Look at you have the cost accounting degree. I'm sure a lot of you have at work experience, what your undergrad bachelor's is, and then think of some experience which is relevant to what the bank is, where you can fit into the bank. You need to do that research as an individual before you apply. And that becomes very, very important. Sure, let's go to the next chart, because that can answer a lot of the questions. Can we just go to the next chart, please?
Yes, I'm going to next chart, sir.
Yeah. So I think, what will employees, because we are having this whole question of employees, let's just address that. So what will employers look for to hire individuals? The criteria varies by organization, but my general view is, and generally what I focus on is, I always look at the depth of the individual's experience. So you might have done a role in one or so I have had situations where some people very senior have come to me and has been recommended by my seniors or my colleagues. He's a great guy, worked in a competing organization, you should hire him. But I always, my view is an individual performs. An individual performance in an organization is a combination of the competency of that individual as well as the supporting environment of what an organization provides. So an individual being successful in company A does not mean it will be successful in company B. So that's why when I focus on the depth of the individual experience. And what I mean by that, I ask him not what you did as a manager, but what has been your contribution as a manager, you as an individual in the various things you have achieved. So why I'm saying this, I think a lot of the cost accountants would have had some work experience. They have an academic, they have a bachelor. Think of, instead of using the word depth of experience, think of what your core skill and capabilities, and you can talk with passion and you can sort of feel comfortable in that. So if someone asks you a question in that area, you will be able to answer and defend it. So that's what I mean by the focus on depth of your experience. Use that and think through what a client is looking for. The question has been, how do I get into investment banks? As I mentioned, there are different areas of investment banks. Find out through research, find out through your friends or your seniors who are working in the banks, what is their role, what is the expertise they require on their role. You might not have the experience of doing that similar job, but you should be able to highlight in the interview that you have the necessary competence to do that job and why you have to do that job, because you have done similar job in a different environment. Similar job. So let's talk about fund accounting. What is fund accounting? Fund accounting is, let's say it's a question of understanding accounting and also reconciliation. You can show, guys, I have done reconciliation not in funds, but in payments, or I have done reconciliation in what I call an accounts receivables functions in a receivables function in a large corporate, and you can show, and I have done that in volume. I have an organization, let's say, who sells drinks, and we have 10,000 dealers across the country. So every day there is payment receivables comes in. I'm doing the reconciliation, and then I'm looking at the profitability of the account. Similarly, then you can see, it's very similar to real-time things you need to do in fund accounting, as well as I have the domain. So the question then to say is, I'm good with numbers. I understand accounting. I understand reconciliation and processes. I might not have the exact fund accounting domain, but if you break the activities on a fund accounting, I have done that in a different organization. I'm skilled in that. And I'm confident I can do the fund accounting role, Mr. Client, in that bank of yours. So once you sort of position yourself based on the competencies of that role, that's what I mean by the depth of experience. That I think would really help you in breaking into the banks. I think that's a general question coming up, or breaking into organizations you're looking for. That leads on to my second point, focus on your capability and link it to employees' requirement. The example I gave you of fund accounting, you might not there are people who have gone into fund accounting who have never done fund accounting in their life, but companies have hired them. I think, what do companies look for? So either you wait for the company to extract that from you, or you proactively think through when you're talking to them, or when you're writing a letter, or when you're talking in your CV, highlight those skill set, which sort of the message here is highlight the skill sets which the client is looking for in the role they want to hire, even if you have not done that role before. I think the other thing you need to think of is cultural compatibility. I think that is exactly that is something very, very important, because different organizations, different cultures, and you need to look at yourself, your friend's background, your family background, and think through, is that an environment I'll be happy with? Is that the kind of colleagues I want to work with? Will I have good camaraderie with them? Those are very touchy things, softer things, but it becomes very important in having a professional career. I personally focus on another thing called the skill-will balance. It's a very, very important point. So I look at individuals, and as I gave the example of fund accounting, I am okay with sort of an individual not ticking the box on the skill set of knowing fund accounting, but he convinces me about the other attributes. So I have done the elements of what I call elements of fund accounting in different roles, but I look at the will of the person. I look at the propensity for the individual to work hard. So these are softer factors which employees always look for. So think through that and think through where you come in and think through, and when you're interviewing, position yourself in that appropriate way. And my last point on that, as you're looking to, people looking to hire in any organization, speak to peers senior in an organization where you're going to interview. And then that sort of creates a match, and then think through. The interview is a sales process of an individual. You're selling yourself. So how you resell and market yourself, you think of what, once you have the information from your peers, from your seniors, and if there are any people working that organization, think of what you are bringing to the table and how you match the role requirement. I think that becomes very helpful. Shoaib, I just thought of talking about that because I see a lot of questions coming very similar. So that's why I had a slide here. So again, yeah. I'll pause. Let's see if there are other questions.
Yeah, sir. One question, sir. If someone having some experience as an accountant and wants to move in investment banking sector as an investment banker, what should be his or her field of competence need to be?
See, I think we have covered that question, and what you need to think through is, my suggestion is go to the web and look up and say investment banking. What are the different areas of an investment bank? And then there is the front office in an investment bank and the back office. And we talked a lot about what the back office do. And then think through that. And from there, I think you need to make what I call a logical algorithmic choice, depending on your skill set, where you want to fit in. My sense is, as I said earlier, and I think repeated a couple of times, is cost accountants would naturally automatically fill into most of these banks in their back office and middle office processes. Whether it's in the trade life cycle, whether it's in the research life cycle, whether it is in the debt, whether it's in the trading life cycle, and whether it's in the advisory life cycle. These are what investment banks do. So you naturally fit in the middle and the back office. And I think from there, slowly sort of then do inside. Once you're inside this organization, then do a lateral move or lateral move in the front office areas. That would be my suggestion, because that will be a much easier way to get into these organizations at the right level.
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, what is the emerging career on UK taxation for CMAs in India?
UK
taxation for CMAs in India.
So, okay, so taxation, in my view, is a very country specific thing. And in the UK, most of the people who are in the taxation field, I have generally seen they are generally chartered accountants, not so much a cost accountant. And I've observed that. So again, I'm assuming most of the cost accountants are graduating out of India or out of the Middle Eastern areas. So that's not your home country. And secondly, you have also not learned a lot of the taxes in that area. But if you want to practice tax, I think you need to be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. There will be some regulatory requirement, which I'm not aware of. Please check that out. And generally, it will be the Institute of Chartered Accountants you need to be a member of, so that you can become a taxation advisor. And the UK tax is a very complex area, because the UK acts as a hub also for a lot of international funds, a lot of international special purpose vehicles. And generally, it is not individuals. You need to be part of an accounting organization to service clients. So my suggestion, if you want to do that, if you want to do an UK taxation, I wouldn't know what the areas of specialization is. A tax expert has to tell you. But for an Indian CMA to move into that, who has just graduated, you then first need to think, how do I get a job in one of the UK accounting advisory firms like the Big Four, or there are 20 top accounting firms in the UK. You need to get a job there, and they are the general, and then you start specializing on the taxation, the tax return side. So we are at 11. We are nearly. We have 15 minutes. I'm just wondering, Dr. Nandi, is there any questions from your side? Is Dr. Nandi there?
Sir, there is a few questions. Can I share?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
There is one question that asked by the student frequently, that if I want to do masters in finance in UK in this September for building a career there, will it be feasible option given the condition in today's world?
No, so there are two parts. So you are talking about COVID and pandemic. That's a different world. Please come to our session on the 23rd of April at 6:30 p.m. you will have the answers to the question. Yes, it is possible to do a master's in finance in September. And that is possible if you're a qualified cost accountant. LOCA has been discussing with 1 or 2 key universities in the UK, and we should be able to find a way and help you there. That is highly possible. So if any student wants to do any master's degree for the September session this year, please, and you have qualified, LOCA has been discussing. LOCA means the London Overseas Centre of Cost Accountants. We have been discussing with the leading UK university to see how we can give preferential admission, a fast track admission to costing or cost account to freshly qualified CMAs. Please attend the session on the 23rd.
Sir, there is a question. Can you throw some light on PwC SDC about asking about PwC SDC carrier as a carrier?
What does PwC SDC mean? Do you know that? What is the question?
PwC SDC is Service Delivery Center, sir. PwC SDC.
No. So that is a very specific thing. I don't want to talk about that. That will not be correct. That question should be directed to someone at PwC. But generally, as I said, I'll just give you some broad numbers. Between Deloitte, EY, PwC in the Global Service Delivery Center, each of them employ between 30 to 50,000 people in India, servicing not India but servicing the globe, servicing their clients in UK, the US, and Europe, and maybe some on Australia. That's the general model. So that is a natural hub for cost accountants, because the chartered accountants who have so the people who have done an articleship in PwC, they generally don't work in the service delivery centers. They want to follow the track of becoming a partner in PwC, an audit partner, and then becoming a partner. Because generally in most of the big four, the career track for becoming a partner is you need to be an audit partner. That's the general track. So it's the articles who graduate, who become a chartered accountant, stay on with their respective organization, whether they're Deloitte, PwC, they sort of then service local clients, and then they become local client custodians. The service delivery centers are run completely separately, and again, the question there is, it is a natural home for a lot of the cost accountants to go and work there.
Yes, sir. There's a question, sir. As a fresher and having a little experience on the corporate world, will I get a job at MNC? What would MNC want to see in a fresher?
I think, see, today is very important. Very important is what is the definition of an MNC today? Because Indian companies are becoming so large, they are equivalent to MNCs, and the number of MNCs today in India is just going down. And there is no pure MNC. Very few pure MNCs in India today. They are either having local management and all. So, sense is, if you had a job in a corporate as a fresher, please feel brave. Be positive, go and apply to any MNC in India. They should hire you because Indian companies today are becoming as smart or if not better than MNCs. So that in my view, there is no different criteria for working in MNC. If a large Indian corporate is hiring you, a large Indian company quoted on the Indian stock market, and MNC would definitely hire you. There is no reason why they should not. And don't hold yourself back. Be positive. Be gung ho, and be confident that you are good. You are good to work in an MNC because you worked in a large Indian corporate.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think I have shared all the relevant questions. Now I would like to conclude the session by giving your last remark to our newly qualified CNA students.
No, so is Dr. Nandi there? Does he want to add anything? Any questions from his side? Or have we lost him?
Okay, sir. I will check, sir. I will check. Sir, I think there is some network issue.
No, Dr. Nandi is there. So, Dr. Nandi, any questions from your side? I think there were a lot of questions we covered.
Bolivar. The extent of cost and management functions data.
Yeah. Hello.
Dr. Nandi, any questions
Yes,
from
yes.
your side?
Actually, I missed some questions from the students, okay, due to some other preoccupation. So maybe that may be repetitive, but regarding, I think, the job opportunities in UK, USA, that you have already covered, I think. Everything.
Correct. We have covered it. I think we have covered, and my suggestion to all the students, specifically, there were a question on how can a CMA work in the UK? Can we do a master's this September in the UK? I sort of suggested that they should all come to the session on the 23rd of September. Sorry, 23rd of April on Friday at 6:30
p.m. You can enlighten them. It is already now in our portal, institute portal. Okay.
No, I have already enlightened, and my suggestion to all the students here is, it is a worthwhile session. You are qualified cost accountants. There will be we are discussing with one key British university for a special fast track registration opportunity for doing masters for this September. So so that university will come and speak at the event. The UK, from the UK government home office, someone regarding visas will come. There were questions on visas. I said, I think the best person here straight from the horse's mouth. The British Deputy High Commissioner is going to be there at the event. So he can also he's also welcoming UK Indian students and costing students to come and study in the UK. So that's a worthwhile session for all this 1100 attendees to attend. I suggest on Friday, 23rd September after 6:30, from 6:30 onwards.
Yeah. Our sessions generally completed by 6:30. Okay, then they can easily join that session.
Yeah, they can easily join at 6:30 because I think the education session is coming a bit later. So I think that will be fantastic for the kids to hear.
Yeah. And have you been discussed about what sort of mind setup, okay, they should have to become professional in UK or in the advanced countries like USA, Australia,
no,
Canada?
so mindset. Yeah, so we haven't discussed, but I think today, one of the things very interesting, and I was having there was a question on whether we should do a master's or do a CMA to add in the UK. Will CMA degree help? My view is very simple today. Today, Indian companies are growing so big. We are the multinationals of the future outside the Chinese companies. That's number one. So we are so India is a big investor in the UK Indian companies. So if you want to reskill yourself as a cost accountant, focus on adding to your skill set, not another CMA degree and CMA degree, because it's more or less the same in terms of content. Focus on things like data analytics. Focus on things like SAP, which improves your arsenal and employability in the UK. That's what I would say. That's what I think is important. Because we are moving.
We have already introduced from our advanced studies few courses like these: data analytics, advanced business Excel, SAP.
Correct.
And on 25th, we are going to launch with the DISA course, Diploma in Information System Security Audit. Okay. So this type of courses will be beneficial for them for some value addition. And now in India, there are some partial lockdowns here and there. So it is better not to sit idle and do this type of course online, so that they can
absolutely
everywhere in the world the same situation. So it is better to have some additional skill sets.
Correct. Instead of sitting, you have enough free time. So sort of get reskill, improve your skill set. I think that is the mantra today, because we are moving into a world where the Googles of the world are saying to people, you don't need to have a college degree to come and work in Google. You do a good +2, like your class 12. Then you have some competencies. We'll test that, and if you're good in that, you can become a Google guy. You can become a Google person, right? And that trend will continue globally. So I think, just coming back to your cultural point, I think Indians, people doing a cost accounting qualification, there is a huge, people have to study to do that. You should feel you as an individual should feel confident that you have certain amount of confidence, and do not feel shy or afraid to work to be working in Western Europe or the US. That's one. I think the only suggestion I'll have is, once you work abroad from a culture, focus a bit on your articulation and your interpersonal articulation skills. That becomes a bit important because you're interacting with people of another culture. That's an point which you need to sort of what I call culturally sensitize. And there are also online courses today to understand and learn that up. So you should focus a bit on.
Acha, Mr. Go, tomorrow we are pulling one faculty, renowned faculty on data analytics using Power BI tools. Okay.
Right.
So he's having Mr. Lalwani. He is having 1.5 hour session, 2:30 to 4 with the students. Okay.
Right.
So we thought we should have aware them about the data analytics tools. And it is not like Python and all those things, but Microsoft is having one Power BI, Power Business Intelligence tool. So he's an expert. So we have also arranged that. Already we have covered SAP, Excel, all these things, but this data analytics tool we are coming up tomorrow. So I think that will create some good overview of data analytics so that they can grasp this type of work environment in future.
Absolutely. And I think there was a lot of questions about how I get into banks. My suggestion is, all the global banks have huge operations or centers in India. Cost accountants should feel confident that they can get a role in the back office and the middle office there easily. They have the right capabilities, the skill sets for that. As now you are sort of mentioning some of the additional skill sets, just add to that, they will become employees will come and knocking at their doors and say, I want cost accountants with BI skills of this skills, because that's what's the need of the hour.
Yeah. So and and also we expect support from your end, as you are a veteran player in this field, all these things. So we expect some sort of cooperation from your end, so that our students gets well placed in different banks and industry, different
absolutely
sectors.
we will Loka will see how we can facilitate. But I think I just want to say to all the students, hopefully the session was useful for you. You have done hard work to get qualified in this difficult time, sitting, because a lot of the learning happens by going to coaching classes, by mixing with peers and everything, which happens outside the classes. But I'm sure you guys have coped, done well. Congratulations to the batch, and wish you best of luck in your careers. So thank you to all the students for taking time to listen to me. Dr. Nandi, thank you. I think we are done.
So yeah. So I think Soeb, we can conclude this session here.
Okay. Yeah, sir.
So participants, if maybe we'll be coming back soon within maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. So with the next speaker.
Yeah. I would like to request you, sir, to log out. So thereafter I will announce for the next session.
Okay. So Shoaib, I'm leaving the session. Okay, I'm logging out. Bye.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Bye.
Bye. There is a break for 10 minutes. We will back after 10 minutes.
Yes. হ্যালো, শোনা যাচ্ছে না তো? আমারটা you are mute. দরজাটা একটু দিয়ে দেবেন, ওই প্রেজেন্টেশনটা একটু করে দেবেন। এখানে ফুল স্ক্রিন। এইটা এটা কি ফুল স্ক্রিন হচ্ছে না? ওটা কি এসএম বিএমটাকে শোনা যাচ্ছে না কিছু? শোনা যাচ্ছে না তো?
Sir, we can hear you, sir.
Huh? Yes. Can you hear me? I'm audible.
We can hear you, sir.
Riya?
We can hear you. We can hear you, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Should we start?
Just a minute, sir. Good afternoon, friends. I welcome again in the second session of today's program, today's orientation program. So in the second session, the topic is the same in the first session also that we have. That's opportunities of CMAs in abroad. What are the opportunities we have in abroad? So to address this session, we have with us CMA Abhijit Goswami, sir. Sir, we welcome you, sir, in the pre-placement orientation program of the December 2020 batch. So a brief profile of CMA Abhijit Goswami, sir. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is a certified public accountant, CPA, from USA, and also a certified management accountant from the Institute of Management Accountants, IMA, USA. He is a law graduate from Calcutta University and also the fellow member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He holds a diploma in business finance from the Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts of India, ICFI. He has over 30 years of post-qualification experience in manufacturing, retail, hospitality, real estate, and academic sectors. He has rich experience in establishing and developing international chain of restaurants, retail, supermarkets, hypermarkets, malls, community centers, and real estate business in United Arab Emirates and India. He also served as Director Finance and Investment in a group of companies owned by the government of Dubai, engaged in the business of supermarket chains, trading, and real estate. His professional competencies and strengths are formulating business finance policies and procedures, fund management, implementing effective finance and inventory management systems. He has worked in SAP FICO and other ERPs, and also he has expertise in cost control and management systems. He also has an interest in the field of e-commerce, IT securities, taxation, and corporate laws. He was elected as Honorary Vice Chairman and the Chairman of Eastern India Regional Council, EIRC, of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India in the year 1999 and 2000 respectively. He was also elected as a Central Council member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India for the period of 2015 to 2019 and was the chairman of Research Journal and Information Technologies Committee of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India during his tenure from 2015 to 2019. During his tenure as a Central Council member, he was also a member of Finance Committee, Examination Committee, Disciplinary Committee, Professional Development, Banking and Insurance Committee, and also International Affairs Committee of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Abhijit sir has came back to India from Dubai very recently, and he has launched his education venture in Kolkata after working for several years, for more than 15 years, in various professional capacities in various industries abroad. So I welcome you, sir, in this pre-placement orientation program. It's a privilege that we have you with us today. So I would like to request you, sir, to kindly address our newly qualified CMAs. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Riya, for giving the opportunity to talk with the young blood of our profession. I also thank the Director Advanced Studies, Senior Director Advanced Studies, Dr. Nandi, for giving me the opportunity. So I always feel proud to be a cost accountant, and in spite of the fact that I am holding different qualification certification, but first and last I am a cost accountant, and today's date all of my dear recently qualified CMAs, you have joined the club with me. From today's date, you are no longer student. You are going to become the member of our institute, and you are fully qualified cost accountant. It's really a proud privilege for me to address you. I would have been very happy that if I would have got the opportunity to see you in person, talk to you in person. But because of the pandemic, we have to do this on the online. But never ever feel that we are separate from you. Always feel free to contact us, and personally me, if you feel anytime after this program is over, you can always come back to me and ask anything. I'll share my number with you also, so that you can call me at any point in time if you have any doubt, anything you need to do. And why I have taking this opportunity, job opportunities of CMA, this topic, because I feel that you are getting very good faculties. They are training you on the various aspects, and institute is also through this orientation program, you are getting equipped to face the interview boards. But today I would like to discuss with you something, not only sessions on job opportunities. I would like to discuss with you as how you move as a professional in your career, and how you can become successful. At the same time, I have a plan to give you some idea of further certification because I am in the education field. I know that what are the qualifications are required to get the job abroad. So without wasting my time, because you know the time is very short, I would like to finish it within 1.5 hours. Today is a very auspicious day for all of us. That is a Ram Navami. At the same time, this Navaratri started with the same day when the Ramadan month also started, the holy month of Ramadan. So in the evening, those who are fasting, they will go. So I will not, I think the brain is also clogged now. So that's why I will not discuss anything on the subject. We will discuss so many things, but not relating to our, because, you know, I'd like to forgot to tell you that I first take this opportunity to congratulate you. You have qualified and you have completed one of the most difficult exam of your life, and you have got that certification of cost accounting, CMA certification. Now you are going to enter in your professional life. Some people will go to for practice, some of you will go for job, and you will rule the world in the coming years. So with these things, I would like to tell you to share something. First, let me tell you what are the job opportunities. I think the previous session was also there. What are the prospect in the, I understand that in UK and US it was told, but I am just touching you certain things which are important to know if at all you are serious to go abroad to work. But remember one thing that I always feel and tell you, once you have become cost accountant, now the time has become for you to make money. You know, money, I always tell everybody that money is like sixth sense. What is that? Sixth sense is that money, if you do not have money, you cannot enjoy the other five senses. So that is important, and you have to be financially independent. And one of the easiest way to become financially independent and earn huge lot of money is by going abroad and working abroad. The salary you will be getting in India, you will save more than that in foreign countries. You will save. But at the same time, many people may not be able to go abroad. Doesn't matter. Here also you can work in India, and India has become a global place, and global India is going to become a global leader. So like we are going to Europe, USA, UK or Gulf countries for working, the people are also coming to India to work. So I think that what you should focus right at this point in time to join an organization, get exposure, at the same time develop yourself and go on adding to your qualifications. That will help you build up your career. And one more thing I would like to tell you, just make a plan of one thing in your life that from the day one you'll be earning. Always remember at least 25% to 20 to 25% you must save from the first day. I don't want you to become stingy or conjuice in your life. I don't want. Enjoy the life. That is more important. But save something for your future and for investing in yourself. That is most important. We people, we get the qualification, we join the organization, we forget to upgrade ourselves. But nowadays, days are coming that you have to upgrade yourself, and you are standing on the crossroad of tremendous opportunity. This pandemic has become sad things in the part of the whole world, but at the same time, it has opened up, if you see it positively, huge opportunities, mainly for India and the professionals from India. Now, to my subject, to going back to how to go abroad, there are three easiest process, that one through immigration process, through employment visa, and through visit visa, tourist visa. What is immigration process? Certain countries take up the professionals from abroad, like Canada takes up, US, sometimes US also takes. There are certain countries, UK, you can go through immigration process. But in the Gulf countries, if you want to go, you have to go through employment visa only. And sometimes that you don't get job from India itself, then in the certain countries like Singapore, or if you want to go to Gulf countries, you can go on a tourist visa and get search for the job. And after getting the job, that visa can be converted into employment visa. Why I am telling that it's always advisable, and I would tell you that our qualification, cost accountancy qualification, is a global qualification. In the all of the over the Gulf countries, their labor department recognized our chartered accountancy course and cost accountancy course both at par, and they are eligible to get the professional accountant's job in that country. So that way you can go to the tourist visa and find the job and convert into employment visa. You will not get the permanent residency in the, as of now, still you will not get any of the Gulf countries, you will not get, but in the developed countries in Canada or Australia, you can move and get the immigration process through immigration process, and in the course of time you can become the citizen of those countries also. But if you want to work and make money, you can go abroad, and then you save, as I told you, when suppose if you get annual salary, start with annual salary of 10 lakhs, you consider yourself that you have the salary of 8 lakhs. These 2 lakhs will go to your savings kitty, and this savings kitty will be used for your own development purposes. That development you can do, you can start after certain period your own venture, own business. You can become your own boss, you can become your own, start your own practice. There also you need money to sustain initial period, and apart from that you can invest for your qualification, certification, and growing in your career. So these are the three ways. I will go on telling you all those things, and after that, if you have any question, feel free to give the questions to me. I will give all answers. And after that also, if you in future also, if you want to connect to me, you can always connect, and feel free to ask me any question. So I want your success. That is more important for me for coming to this class. So next slide is that job opportunities in different countries. As I told you, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, you can go through immigration process. UK and other European countries also, it was told in the previous session, you are well aware. Gulf and other Asian countries. So other Asian countries, in the sense Malaysia, you can move to Malaysia, and wherever you go abroad, you will earn the money. Even nowadays, many people are going to work in Bangladesh as well. So I tell you that the world is a place for you now. You have got a global qualification, and you will be really successful if you move around and work like that. Now, moving to that, these Gulf countries and other Asian countries, I told you, you can move with a visit visa and develop your, get a job and convert into the employment visa as well. But what is my purpose? This is how to get job opportunities in different countries and all those things. But remember one thing, before you want to go abroad, at least work for few years in India. You should work in India in this. Why you should work in India? Because without experience, I would never advise you to move to other countries without experience. So because you are freshly qualified, recently qualified, you need to acquire some experience to work, because certain countries like in the Gulf countries, what happens, you know, that if you are not able to perform to or to do the work independently, maybe they will tell you to go. So that will be a very disastrous effect on the career of the any candidate. So that's why I would advise you, nowadays an opportunity has come to us in India that before moving to abroad to work, you can get the professional certification qualification from India itself. which will help you immediately at the time of entering that place. You can get the job offer, or after entering that country, you will get job easily if you have those foreign qualifications. Now, today's discussion, I would give you an idea about 3 qualifications. Always remember, once you are a cost accountant or CMA, what is called Certified Management Accountant in USA, it is called, in UK, it is called CMA, certification, Chartered Institute of Management Accountant, and our institute in Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Remember that I have asked many students, many members come to me, sir, I would like to do CMA or CMA USA. My advice to you all is that once you have got a qualification on cost accounting, this is the one of the best qualifications in the world. And in the field of CMA, you don't need to know more than what you have already studied and passed the exam. So instead of doing CMA or CMA USA, you should look for a degree which is in the field of finance. So there are 2 degrees I would discuss with you. I'll give you an idea of how to do those degrees. And always remember, once you do that, you get that degree and move abroad, you will always remember that it would be easier for do that, get the job immediately. I'll tell you the previous, my friends moved to Canada, Australia. What they used to do, you know, they used to go, even with the immigration process, even with their qualifications of Indian qualification, they go. All countries require the local qualification. So in Canada or Australia, what they used to do, they used to first work some odd jobs, get money, earn money for survival, and they used to get the qualifications in that country. Say, for example, in Canada, there was a CGA, Canadian government accounting degree. If you don't have CGA degree, you don't get any job in Canada. So it was like that. Same with Australia also, local qualification was required. In CPA, in USA, CPA or CMA was required. But think of a situation, globalization had made it very easy for us nowadays, which was not available during our studies. When I moved to USA, I had to work in USA and study to pass my CPA exam. But it paid the dividend. Their ROI is very high. If you have the qualifications, return on investment is very high. Sometimes, and in India, when you study, it is so cheap. I'll tell you one thing. It is any of the foreign qualification you do, it is much cheaper than what you spend for getting an MBA degree with a reputed institute. But ROI, return on investment, is that the investment you make to get that degree, you can earn in 1 or 2 months itself if you want, or if you work abroad. And more than that, these qualifications, holder of these qualification, accounting qualifications, are getting jobs in India now. Lot of opportunities are there in Big Four, Accenture, then multinationals like Coca-Cola, and all the companies, Fortune 500 companies, they look for the qualifications. If you are a cost accountant with a foreign qualification, it would be very easy for you to get the job, whether it in India or in abroad. And whenever you have those things, you will be able to make more money. I come back again and again for your happiness and money. Enjoy the life. I'll tell you one thing. So I like to apart from this abroad and work like that. Only thing I told you, remember that you work in India for 1 or 2 years, get the experience, get some foreign degree or certification, try to move that to any part of the world. And in future, any point in time, before moving to any country, like if you want to move to, always feel free to consult me also if you need any support and their contacts there. I am offering this because I have got responsibility to the students of my institute. This is my mother profession. I love this institute. I was a council member, I was a chairman. I'm always with the members of this institute. That's why I'm giving this offer also. Any point in time before moving out, first get experience from this country, try to get an idea about the company you are going to join before jumping on that. And I'll tell you one thing, once you go and work, you will definitely be benefited and it will be helpful for you also. So with this, I tell you one thing, that get experience, get professional certification, and then you move abroad. Now I go to my next slide. This is my favorite things to manage yourself, become successful in life. It's a very important thing to manage yourself. As I tell everybody, how to manage yourself. Many people cannot manage, even they are highly qualified. It's very hard. You have to change yourself. My dear friends and colleagues, professional colleagues, I'll tell you, professional colleagues, you are my friend from today. This 1 hour time, just go through whatever I'm telling, just try to assimilate and follow in your life. I'll tell you, I promise you, you'll get the happiness in life. Happiness is a relative perspective, perception. Somebody, if you think yourself happy, you will become happy. If you think yourself sad, you will become sad. That's why I tell everybody, when you smile, the whole world smiles with you. And when you weep alone. So how to become successful? So there are certain develop the habit of success. You can see on the screen, what are the habit of success? That is, speak truth without hurting others. This is number 1 point. You know, if you speak a lie, try to avoid lie, because it will unnecessarily create stress on your mind. You cannot become happy. Be honest in all your dealings. Show respect to everybody. Every individual has got self-respect. Never insult anybody. You will feel good. Next is that exercise regularly. Good health brings you wealth. Healthy person is a wealthy person. So eat good food sufficiently and sleep adequately. Avoid gossip and time vampires. Don't waste your time. Whenever you are in organization, people has got the tendency to gossip and discuss about others. It's of nothing but wastage of your time. Don't do that. Don't do that. Feel free to discuss good things and have a positive mindset always. Read at least 2 books in a year. These books, I am not talking of the subject. You can read there are so many books, you can gain the knowledge, but reading habit should be there. And lastly, but not least, that get a job related certification. As I told you, that's why I want to discuss with you today, because job related certification, you are from the accounting professional and you have to go for a job which is related to your account. That's why I wanted to discuss with you 3 qualifications today. Next is that 6 elements of life, essential elements of life. These 6 elements is, you have seen the tire, cycle tire, there are spoke of the tire. So if you take out 2 or 3 spoke, what will happen to the tire? Tire will not move. You cannot run that cycle. So same way in our life, all these things are equally important. It is important for your work. You should have money and finance. You should have a good family to enjoy, the health, good health, your society and charity also. So in some cases, in some Islam religion has made it compulsory for charity. In our culture also, we help the poor people or donate people for some things, that is called charity. So you need to do everything, and for doing everything, you need to have money as well. So money is also important, and you have to develop yourself, and always remember, don't hesitate to get your value in the market. Your qualification is sufficient to get you a very good job. Remember one thing, once in your job life, stop. Sometimes you may not like the boss. Sometimes you may not like the work, but try to pass the time, do the work. after some time and look for a better option. You know, I have seen my friends that they tell that my boss is not good, that's why I'm leaving the job. You don't know the other boss will be, because you know grasses are always green on the other side. So you don't know whether that new boss would be worse than him or not. So these are the things also you have to keep it in mind before taking a decision. So your decision, you will be responsible for your decision. For this also, you have to take a conscious decision and understand the situation. So these are the things are very important for anybody. So as I told you, 6 essential elements. Then avoid 4 negative emotions. Should not see, if you want to be happy, you know these negative things will never give you happiness. And the whole world, if you move around, people will always tell you negative, but you have to remain positive. You know, you should not have arrogance. It will not pay you anything. If you are showing arrogance, nobody cares for you. If you have ego, nobody cares for you. So why ego? Rather, if you have got the good habit of mixing with every person, your lot of problems will be solved. People will come forward to help you also if you do not have ego. People, then jealousy doesn't pay anything. Somebody is rich. Why should I should become rich also. Why should I be jealous about others' prosperity? And should not have fear. Fear, तो मैं बोलता हूँ जो डर गया वो तो मर गया. So never have fear, because if you have qualification, if you have experience, if you have confidence, if you have positivity, you are there to rule the world. Nobody can stop you. Okay, so you should not have fear. These negative, please trust me, try to avoid from today's date. Nothing, these things will not pay you a single penny in your life, but it will harm you in different ways. Those people who with arrogance and jealousy and ego suffer from blood sugar, high sugar and pressure. You should have a good health, because these things, if you tell lie also, it creates pressure, mental pressure. If you are unethical, it will create mental pressure on you, and you will have got those things, all those lifestyle, we call it lifestyle disease. And we spend thousands of rupees for the doctors, but you don't need to go to doctor if you don't have these negative emotions. Next 6 elements of your life, I told you that society. Then next slide is that anger. Never become angry, never get angry. I always tell to people, angry, the moment you become angry, it hurts you. Sometimes by emotionally we get angry, but the moment you get angry, leave the place and try to get calm. You know, always remember one thing, if you are right, there is no need to get angry, and if you are wrong, you have no right to get angry. So you know, in both ways, anger is useless. That anger emotion is useless. You can shout at anybody, but it will not harm that person. It will harm you only. If you become angry with me, you can go on telling, you can use abusive language, nothing will happen to me. I will continue to make my own money. What will happen? But you will suffer internally. And these things you practice from here. Now, I would like to, before I go to the other area, I would like to tell you one thing. No, none of us have seen the God, but we always believe in God. So if you believe in God, I tell you one thing in mind throughout your life to become successful in your life and happy in your life. Your parents are your God. Always respect them. Never ever make a situation by which they get hurt. If you continue to serve them throughout their life, you will be successful in your life, and God will bless you, means you will get blessed by them. They are the living God in your life. No relation will come. All other relations are forgive and take. But these parents, father and mother are God. Sometimes get up in the morning, go and pay respects, do pranam to them. You will feel good and they will feel good as well. Okay, so these are the things in your life to become happy. always remember. Now I move to certain things that there is, why I'm telling you that you should, if you want to go abroad, because the world is a global place. If you want to work in a global company, you will make more money. And always remember, never get stuck with a particular company throughout your life, because if you feel that you are not being able to earn the money that way you want, leave the company, go for better job, upgrade yourself. Everything is possible in life. And if you make a, there is a I call it that secret. You should read a book on secret. Many of you might have read already that it is called the laws of attraction. You get whatever you think of. You get whatever you write down, that I want to get this one in my life, you will get it. Once in the morning, get up and write down, within a period of 2 years, my salary should be like this. Go on thinking and working towards that direction. Your salary will, before 2 years, you will get that salary from the market itself. And trust me, believe in that, you will be able to do that. But at the same time, as I told you, the positivity is the most important thing, and you will get everything on that. Now, I would like to discuss certain things about, before that, one more slide. I never blame anybody in your life. Take the responsibility. If you make a mistake, own the responsibility. Understand? Because if you blame, again, it will not. What is that? It's important. Good people will give you happiness. Bad people will give you experience. So in our life, both the people, many times your boss will not be good, but it will, you will get the experience through working that. Worst people will give you lesson, and the best people will give you sweet memory. So I always tell that in our life, it is not the fact that you, in spite of the fact you are positive, 90% of the people around you would be negative. But you have to protect yourself, you have to save yourself, and you have to keep your positive attitude always. So what will happen in that it will give, because bad people will be there always. So you cannot avoid the bad people in life, but you have to get along with that and take care of yourself. And by process, you will get experience also. So this is very important. So this is what I wanted to tell you, that always remember. I have, see, a few years back after orientation, one of our students got a very good company. He was dreaming of that company. On the campus, he got the job. So I was in that this orientation round. I was discussing and telling all those things which I am discussing with you today. Then he picked up the phone and called me that, sir, I am not enjoying my job. This is the big thing, a big company, but whatever I am doing, that is only I am doing bill passing. So I told him, what you can do, you cannot get the job immediately. They are giving you good salary. Whatever you are getting, you continue with that. Then they said that I told him to bear with you and develop yourself. The moment will come, you will get, but you continue to whatever work is given to you, plus please do it sincerely and try to learn the process. I tell every one of you, when you go to a company, never ever in your life, never ever tell while you are working, don't say this is not my job. Everything is your job. Everything is given in your company will be your job. And always remember, if you complete your job, learn from others. While as a cost accountant, you know the every side of the business. When you work in the, suppose you have been given a job in the payable section to process the payable for the suppliers only. Then you say, I don't want this job. I cannot learn anything out of that. I would say that, okay, learn payable, then you try to learn what the receivable person is doing, other people what they are doing, what the treasury people are doing, try to get that. And in that process, try to understand the business process also. It's the best thing in your career if you get 2 years in the beginning of your career as an internal audit department, in the job in internal audit department of a big company, you will learn the business process. You know, the days are coming, the basic debit, credit, everything will come to artificial intelligence. What will be the importance of the accountant? Still people don't understand debit, credit and they give value to accountants. But days are not far. Everything will be done by robotics and this artificial intelligence. Then the main role would be played by you people, that is analysis. Very important thing, data analytics and all those things, techniques you need to know. And you have to be as a part of the management, always in the process of the decision making. Don't think that job will go, no way. There will be more demand for cost accountants in the years to come. I'll tell you one thing, with full sense of confidence in my command, I can tell you that this is a very good qualification, but you have to get more qualifications and equip yourself to update yourself and face the challenge. Now, what are the 10? Then now I move to one thing, that foreign accounting qualification. Why I would like to tell you that you have studied one type of accounting qualification in India, and now if you want to get that qualification, you'll understand that it would be very easy for you to get that qualification and become successful, get the job abroad. So what are the essential things, features of foreign qualification? Like little different from the way we study in India, because as far as accounting qualifications is concerned, we say mainly the cost accounting and chartered accounting. Company secretary's job are there, but they are also similar. So what is the difference between our courses and the way that it is imparted in the abroad? That flexibility, there is a flexibility in that, because in foreign degree courses, foreign certifications, you can choose your subject at any point in time in the year and you are flexible. There is no group concept there, which is there in our things. Suppose in cost accountancy, if you would have got 80% marks in 3 papers, but one paper you got less than 40, whole group is lost. Or otherwise, it's difficult to complete that one. Then comprehensiveness. In the foreign qualifications, you will notice that they teach only what is required on the case study based, means fully practical oriented. Then worldwide recognitions are there. So you are with the one degree, you can move around any part of the world. Then based on international standards, so the accounting standards, auditing standards, everything you know that through those qualifications. Higher demand of skills and knowledge, and partnerships with employers. There are partnerships with employers for the foreign. Of course, we are doing the campus interviews, but foreign qualifications, they get attached with the employers so that their degrees are recognized with them, and truly global professional status also. So these are the 10 things you should know in this one. Now I'm going to discuss with you just briefly the overall, you have idea, because you are from cost accountancy discipline, CMA discipline. I told you before also that you don't need to study another CMA degree. But if you want to work abroad, 3 professional degrees are there. One is Certified Public Accountants, which is the equivalent of Chartered Accountancy in USA. One is ACCA, that is Association of Chartered Certified Accountants of UK. And third is the CIA, Certified Internal Auditor, because our profession, cost accounting or chartered accounting, basically audit profession. But there is no degrees in this part of our country. In India, for becoming internal auditor, you can have any degree. Even if you do not have any degree, you can become internal auditor of a company. Even the class 10 passed or class 12 plus can become an internal auditor. An engineer can become an internal auditor. But in USA, for the purpose of this position of internal auditor, there is a degree certification, certified internal auditor. That is a very valuable qualification, and if you have this certification in India also, you will be given preference in the big four companies, big four, because they do the audits of the foreign companies, and that is called certified internal auditors. I'll give you the ideas, these three courses. I'll insist on you that once you get the job, or if you get that opportunity, first finish one of the courses, at the same time gain some experience and move for abroad. Work in abroad for 10 years. If you don't have to become citizen of that country, you can become rich, come back here, you can set up your own business, you can set up your own practice, or you can join other companies also, because India has become a global place. Multinationals are coming. After the pandemic, almost 200 companies, US based companies, have shifted their base from China to India also. So there will be lot of opportunities in India itself, and these qualifications will be recognized in those companies as well. So for your future benefit, future promotions, getting more salaries, those are very important. Now, top 5 foreign accounting financial qualification, as I told you: Certified Public Accountant CPA of USA, Association for Certified Chartered Accountants SCCA, Certified Management Accountant CMA, which you don't need to do. Maybe other professionals, a chartered accountant can do CMA. It will be helpful for them. But for you, you are already a CMA and better than any CMAs of the world. And the Certified Internal Auditor CIA and the FRM, Financial Risk Manager. There is one course also, CFA. So that is for the financial services sector. If you want to do work in the banking sector, or if you want to do in the investment companies like JP Morgan and all, Morgan Stanley, all those companies, if you want to work, HSBC, you can do for CFA or financial risk management. And risk management is also a very good qualification nowadays, because the basics of accounting are going, our professionals are moving towards the field of risk, because if we be able to, because nowadays business risks are more, and if you have a certification on that, as I told you, always have a job related certification. Suppose if you are working in an internal audit department of a company, you can do the CIA, Certified Internal Auditor. If you are doing a job of a cost accountant or management accountant, you can do a finance qualification, so that it will give you a better understanding of the subject, better understanding of the business. At the same time, it will qualify you to get better job and better salary in the process. So this is the things, this finance qualification I told you. Now I go to what is CPA. I am continuing with my lectures. I'll finish this one within another 15-20 minutes. Then I'll take up all questions from you. Now CPA stands for Certified Public Accountants. You can see on your screen that what is the demand of the qualification. Certified Public Accountant is an accounting professional who has earned the CPA credential license from the state boards. So you always know one thing: CPA exam is for US accounting course. There are 55 states in USA. Like in India, we have got West Bengal, Punjab, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu, all those states. Same way, there are 55 states in USA, and each state is having a separate accounting body. That is the Board of Accounting of that particular state. And if you want to work in that state as a CPA qualified, as a licensed CPA qualified, you have to comply with the requirements of that state. But one thing is common for all, that all over USA, whatever maybe the state board, the uniform CPA exams are taken. So there is only one exam. So if you sit for the exam from India, the same questions, a person sitting from California will get the same question, or a person sitting from New York City also will get the same question, and he has to study the same subjects, same preparation. So this is the things that state to state it vary, and it is one of the most coveted accounting degree it is called. You know, I remember the day I moved to USA, first day of my class, I was working there in New York, and I went to the class, and what happened, you know, the professor told the first thing, you should always feel proud of the fact that you joined the most coveted accounting degree under the sun. But when I passed out the exam, I felt it's so easy exam. I I passed the more difficult exam in my cost accountancy. So CMA qualifications. So for that, that's why I would like to encourage you to have these qualifications, foreign degrees also. So it will help you. Next, I move to the who can take up CPA exam. As I told you, any BCom, MCom, MBA, CA, CMAs can go do, even BBAs, but they should have accounting as a subject. Now there are certain requirements of the from state to state, it varies. So that you have to fill up to become eligible. But usually these qualifications are eligible. Every state in the USA has its own CPA requirements, as I told you. Next slide, I go to CPA job role. They get all the strategic position. You know, I'll tell you one thing, that once you are a CPA, you will be offered in the strategic position of the company, in the decision making position of the company. You have to do, maybe you become a CPA, maybe after that all the chartered accountants or cost accountants are working under you. They will report to you. That is the thing. So they become immediately, and in their career ladder, they get the fast track promotions if you have got this CPA degree. You see the positions that they are holding. So they can become auditor, they can become business advisor, they can become decision makers, tax consultants also. You can go to practice in USA also, and in the process you can become a citizen of USA as well in the process. So this is very, very important and very much lucrative and highly demanded and most respected course in qualification in USA. And you know, the whole world's business is controlled by US based companies. You can take Fortune 500 companies, out of the 500 companies, mostly those are the companies from USA. So, and those companies always recruit. And in India also, there will be very good opportunity. Just now, few months back, Google has decided to invest 75,000 crores in India for coming 2-3 years. So if you are a CPA also, it is easier for you get the job. And with your cost CMA qualification, it will give you more added advantage and your strong base of the subject also. So that is what, for the purpose of decision making. This is one is the CPA's role. And the many companies are multinationals and US based companies. Coca-Cola is there, Pepsi is there. Then Apple has opened in Chennai. So lot of companies. And apart from that, there are the big fours which are doing the back office accounting in India. They always look for CPS or ACCS like that. So these are the position. You see the idea of the salary they can demand. You know, at the entry level itself, I am giving you the Dubai salary because I worked in Dubai and I know the place. I was the director of finance of retail business also there. You know, the position to get into the director CPS easily get. So, but I'm talking of the junior level. At the entry level itself, you can 180,000 means 36 lakhs per month, 3 lakhs salary. Per month 3 lakh salary at the entry level for CPS. So you can understand, as I told you, ROI is very high, return on investment. Whatever you will spend, maybe you will spend 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs, because nowadays you can attempt a seat for this exam from India itself. When I studied, we had to travel to US and stay there to pass the exam. Then again, they opened in the international center, but after pandemic, they opened centers in India also. So in India, you can save your cost of 2 lakhs for going abroad and sit for that visa and all, airfare, hotel and all. Everything is saved here. Within an investment of 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs, you can get the degree which you will earn in 1 month itself. So there are so many positions are there, and you see the job progression and the positions, how much salary you can demand in any part of the world. Okay, so this is, I have given the Gulf countries also. So it is easier to move to work in those countries, you know. So that is what I want. People should go to these countries and earn more money. Okay, so this is the salary idea I had given to you. And if you are in US, nothing like that. You will get all the benefits and supports and everything from the government itself. Now, next one is that benefits of CPA. You see, it is set, you can see on your screen. CPA certification holds and means you have got always the better opportunity than the person who doesn't have that qualification, you know. So this is the thing, the holders earn at least 30 to 40%. Say for example, why I am telling you, if you are a chartered accountant and cost accountant but not CPA, so you are non-credentialed there. So the CPA will come and even with less experience get 40% more salary than you. So that's why it is better to, same way, if you over the time they get fast track promotion, and same time two professionals are joining, they will get $50,000 more. This is the picture. And in 2021, this is comprehensive, means the compensation is expected to grow in the coming years also. You know, this is the another very important thing, that coming years, this qualifications, accounting, even your cost accountancy qualification, you will get more salary. Salary structures are going to change in India. Now in India also you will get the salary like people are getting abroad. So as I told you, we are in the crossroad of tremendous opportunity. It's up to you, how will you use the opportunity and become happy in your life. Understand? So I move to next slide. The CPA course, it will be 4 parts of examination. Only 4 papers you have to pass. You have passed 16 papers in cost accountancy exam. Now when you see the syllabus, it is almost the same what you have already studied. There is nothing new there except for 1 or 2 chapters. So that is the very important thing. 4 papers are there. What is the first paper? First paper is that financial accounting and reporting part. See, advantage of cost accounting, you know the debit credit. But if you are the person from USA who is becoming CPA, he doesn't know the debit credit, because he starts with the level of profit and loss account and balance sheet. But for a cost accountant, going to getting the qualification, you will rule the world. You will be performing much better than any qualified CPA not having CMA qualification. So it will be a graded combination, means it will help you a lot in your career also. So this is the thing, and whatever I'm stating now, trust me, believe me, because I started with my cost accountancy qualification, I did my company secretary, then I did my CPA, and I think I am the best position to advise you and tell you with full sense of confidence in my command that you will definitely do much better than any other professionals. So you know, they start from, so financial accounting and reporting, it's starting from analyzing balance sheet and profit and loss account and taking decisions. So these are the first papers is there. Then second paper is that auditing and attestation. It is very easy. You have already started. What you need to know more, that is the auditing standards. We have got Indian auditing standards. You have to study the US auditing standards. But at the end of the day, more or less similar. There is nothing much difference between the Indian standards, and because we also, India has becoming a global hub, and India's qualifications are also becoming global qualifications. We also follow the international standards as well. So for passing this exam, it will not be very difficult for you. So this is that you have to study all those papers and topics you see on your screen. I am not going in detail. auditing and attestation. This next paper is that regulation. It is nothing, regulation is law. Actually what happens, there you will have the 70%, 60 to 70% questions from the US taxation and 40% other laws like employees law, contract act, sale of goods act, other those acts, this commercial laws, other few commercial laws, plus mainly the UK federal taxation, US federal taxation. That taxation law you need to know. And I'll tell you one more advantage of studying. Whatever we are studying in India, our Indian taxation is very complex. You need to know so many sections, subsection, rules, regulations, precedents, case laws. They are very structured and procedural based. It's very easy. One time they have got also the income from business, income from salary, income from other areas, whatever we have in our income tax law. But they are subject, once you study, you will remember. And you will be able to answer also, because everything is procedure based. Anything is happening, they have got well defined, clear cut subject in your command. So that way you can easily pass that exam. It's not a very big thing. And the questions are mostly 75% multiple choice questions come, and task based simulation, all online exam on computer itself. You have to sit for that exam and give that one. Next is the business environment and concept, BEC. This is the easiest paper out of these 4 CPA papers. This is if you are a cost accountant, 40 to 60% of the questions covered by marginal costing, process costing, standard costing, all those things, economics, demand and supply, financial management, cash flow statement, like that. So this is very easy paper. It is the easiest of all. And information technology is only theory paper like that, nothing to be worried about. And operational management, all you know, all you have studied in your paper. This is for CPA. Now let me move to, so I have completed the CPA qualifications for the what you need to know. After that, if you have any question, you can ask me. I'll clear to you. Now ACCA, Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, I'll tell you this qualification. This is from the UK, and whole of Europe and Gulf countries, they consider it one of the best accounting qualification. This ACCA has started in the year 1904, but you know, in UK there are 2 chartered accountancy qualification. One is the Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. That is a very difficult exam with 16 papers and all those, like our Indian Chartered Accountancy exam, and very difficult to pass. But the ACCA also is a recognized Certified Chartered Accountants qualification. And if you see the market demand, that ACCAs are demanded in more than 170 countries. Many countries have got in the world that they don't have their own chartered accountancy degree. They tell that if you are a ACCA passed student, you get chartered accountants degree of our country. That I am discussing with you. So this is also a very good qualification for cost accountant, because you have got the CMA qualification. Now you get a finance qualification. It's a very good audit and finance qualification. Now next is that a brief number, 208,000. Now it is at reach maybe 220,000 fully qualified ACCA working all across world. Nobody is means every country will find that qualification. Then 178 countries, they have got the presence. They have got a very good presence in India nowadays. More than 500,000 students all across the world. And ACCA has a wide network. They have got a tie-up with 8,500 companies. More than 8,500 companies all over the world. So They have got tie-up with 500 Fortune 500 companies. All companies recognize. In India, Tata Group full recognize ACCA qualification equivalent to a CA qualification, Chartered Accountants qualification. ITC also take. PwC, KPMG, Deloitte, everybody is taking ACCAs nowadays. If we move to the next. Eligibility for ACCA, you can become eligible if you have got the bachelor's degree even after 12th class, but I don't need to discuss about other people. For you, you are eligible. That is more than sufficient. Anybody can. Now, next slide I go. That subjects, there are 3 levels, and now you have become cost accountant. I don't need to discuss any detail because ACCA has got 13 papers to pass. There is 3 levels. One is called knowledge level and one is called skill level. There are 3 papers in knowledge level, 6 papers in skill level and 4 papers in professional level. But if you are a cost accountant, you get exemption in 9 papers. That means your total knowledge level is exempt and your skill level is also exempt. So you get the knowledge level is exempt. So you get that skill level. These are the papers already exempt. You have to give only professional level. So a qualified member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India get exemption in ACCA 9 papers. You need to pass only 4 papers. What are those 4 papers? First 2 papers are compulsory: strategic business leaders and strategic business reporting. These 2 are very easy papers. I'm telling you, trust me, it is not very difficult papers. These are 2 compulsory, and you have optional any 2 out of these 4 papers. So if you don't want to read the taxation of UK, you want to work in India or in Gulf countries, you don't need to pass the taxation. You can go for the advanced financial management or you can go for the advanced performance management, these 2 papers. And you can easily pass because already you have studied in your CMA qualification, all those things. Maybe you will get to know more things about these courses or the more case laws you have to study. But that is very easy for you to pass these 4 papers. Trust me, this degree will reach you such a high level in the organization ladder, you will understand the even with that up to knowledge level means 9 paper passed are getting 50,000 plus salaries in India. In India, big fours are giving those who have not come to professional level only up to 9 levels. And I'm telling you, I am in the education things, even the big fours are asking for those qualifications for their employment. Now, next is that this additional benefits. Once you are another very good thing if you are going to work in abroad, this once you complete the ACCA final, you will get a master degree in professional accounting, MSc professional accounting for University of London without sitting for any exam. You just pass the ACCA, you apply University of London, you will get the profit. And remember one more thing, it's not that distance education degree. This is full convocation degree. This degree is given as a full convocation degree. Same way, those who have completed the up to skill level means 9 papers, they can get the bachelor's degree. So this is a very added big advantage for ACCA membership. And another thing is that there are certain countries, they treat ACCA degree as they are chartered accountants. One of the countries, I'm telling you, United Arab Emirates, UAE, means if you go to United Arab Emirates, means if you want to go to work in Sharjah, Dubai, any part of the Abu Dhabi, you go in the UAE, apply for CA qualification of that country, you get with the ACCA, you will immediately get. You don't have to sit for any exam. You will get the CA degree and you can sign the audit report. You can start practice in that country. Same way, if you go to Hong Kong, if you go to Malaysia, they recognize. Then you have got the CPA of Canada also recognize ACCA. They give lot of exemptions in that paper, and Australia, New Zealand also. So you will understand the benefit of having this qualification. That's why I told you that many of our members do not know, but I got this opportunity through from the day one you have joined our profession. You know your potential and your possibilities in your career in future. So that is very important for you to know. Many people don't know. Many people get misguided. They think always I am a cost accountant. I have to work throughout my life in a factory. No, you will get into the board of director position. You will go to the board vice president, president position of the company. Okay, never ever believe that. But you can start working in a factory and go move forward in your career with these degrees. Okay, if you sometimes it's very unfortunate, and I don't want to mention here, but I'm compelled to tell you the fact of the life. One company, if you go to cost accountancy and chartered accountants, sometimes chartered accountants become your boss as you are a cost accountant. But remember that with CPA or a CCA, you become the boss of chartered accountants because you have got the CMA qualification. In addition to that, you have got your foreign this certification. And more than that, anything that it is possible and easier to pass by for all of you. All of you can become. So next one is that ACCA qualification necessary to pass 30. These are all what I have already told you. Before it was a paper pens exam, but after pandemic they have started. And another, you can complete it within a period of 1 year. Suppose only 4 papers you need to pass. Every 3 months there is an exam. Every 3 months you can schedule one paper. There is no group concept. You can easily sit for one paper, you pass that, go to next paper, you can pass that. And even if you want to complete it in 6 months, you can pass that also. You can take two papers and complete the 4 papers. Same thing happens in case of CPA also. CPA maximum 18 months you need. It is possible to complete within 12 months also. So 4 papers in 12 months is very much possible. And why I am telling you with so much confidence, I know what type of exam you have already passed. You have studied so much, you have passed a very difficult exam in your life. I consider is one of the most difficult exam. But thing is that life is like that. We have to fight and we have to compete with others. Understand? So this is the ACCA qualification. Now, lastly, I give you an idea about CIA qualification, Certified Internal Auditors. This is also a certification. 3 papers you need to pass if you are in an audit profession or if you are working in the internal audit department of a company. You have to pass. They are getting very good salary. You will get an increase of even more than $30,000 salary than those who are not having internal audit qualification. So this is, and the days are becoming complex with this, computerization, everything is coming, business are becoming complex. The role of auditors, internal auditors becoming all the more important. So internal audit department is a must in all the big companies, and those listed companies must have internal audit department because it is one of the listing requirements also. All the listed companies in the world should have their independent internal audit department or get the internal audit done by Big 4 or good chartered accountancy firm or cost accountancy firm. So if you are a certified internal auditor, your job prospects, there is a prediction that will increase 139,900 jobs by 2026. So if you have a qualification, you can get very good job also. But it depends on you which area you want to move. If you want to work in finance area, you can go for CPA or ACCA, or auditing area, you can go for CIA or CPA. Understand? So next you go to the position and salary also. You see the junior level internal audit, how much they are getting in India, in abroad also. So it will give you confidence to you to be encouraged to pursue any of these qualification. So papers are there. This is accountants, and it is for everybody. This target audience: accountants, internal audit department employees, internal control officers, compliance officers. They can do this qualification. Even the fresh graduate can go for this qualification and start their career in internal audit department. Now, for you, education is, this is the work experience and education eligibility criteria. But for cost accountants, you can directly sit for the exam. No need for experience also. Okay, so this is the thing. Next is the subjects also, internal audit basics. Already you studied in your cost accountancy. Next is that other paper, CIA Part 2, internal audit practice. And third is that knowledge, that audit knowledge elements. So this is the 3 papers. Part 3 means 3 subjects. 3 subjects you need to pass. Okay. Now I am closing these things with something. Always, this is another. I moved out from there my previous discussion of 3 qualifications. Now you are in a position to know how you have to move forward in your career. You can ask me question, but before that, I would like to close certain things with which will help you if you remember all those things. If you want also, I'm ready to share these slides with you also. You can send your request and I will share this patience. Patience with family is love. Always have patience. You know, you will be gainer at the end of the day. Patience with family is love. Patience with others is respect. Always respect everybody, I told you. Patience with self is confidence. Patience with God is faith. Enjoy the present moment. Never think hard about the past. It will bring tears. Don't think of future. Enjoy the today's day. Live with that moment. Smile, always smile. It will bring cheers. So it is your life always. I'll tell all of you that you have studied a lot. Maybe situation may be different. Some may come from millionaires family. Some may come from any other not so rich. But it doesn't matter. It is your life. Enjoy the life, every moment of your life. Because already you have got a qualification, you will get a job. Never ever think, even if you cannot get a job in a campus, never ever think your career is over. If you don't get job, you look for, you will definitely get today. And for that, have some patience. Discuss with me. I'll guide you also if you require. Before you, now you see, before you pray, believe. Believing is very important. Before you speak, listen. Before you spend, earn. Before you write, think. Never, you know, it is very important when you are in organization, never ever write wrong email to your boss or anybody. Be very particular, you know, whatever you speak. As I always tell to my friends, you know, as a management accountant, we are supposed to have our eyes and ears open and mouth shut. Less we speak, it is better for the world. And let's more we understand. So what may break a relationship? Understand, and a word may make a relationship also. So that is what very important to know all those things. And you know, I am telling you, whatever I am telling you, all those things, maybe I am also not been able to practice. It's a process of experience. But if you follow that and try to follow slowly, your maturity will come and you will understand what is required for the happiness. Before you quit, try. And before you die, live. So live your life with full. That is very important. And live and love. That very important. Now, new works, new rules of work. Nowadays, what is that? Previously, we used to have pyramid structure. That top to bottom, that we join the company with everybody slowly go up in the ladder. But nowadays, mostly the vertical structure has become the horizontal structure, and companies are treating, you know, even if you the office space is not there, You come to my office, I have seen in abroad also in General Electrics that one table, the people are managing director and the finance manager working on the same table. They are with the one laptop coming, sitting there. So never expect that you have a separate cabin for you to start with. It is the whole world. You are in the leadership. Always consider yourself as a leader. Always remember to double your income, triple your rate of learning. So go on investing on yourself. Remember that a job is only a job. Even if what I say, job means just over broke. If you have a job, it just any 2 months you don't get salary, you become mad. So you have to have a plan and you have to work for that. So whenever you are in the job, you should work. It is not your job only. You are working for yourself. You are working for the business you are managing and you are working for the company. If you have got that mental attitude, you will become successful in the career also. So these are the things I told you. You see that whatever in the new work of life business, everyone is a part of the leadership team. You will understand once you start working, you are a part of the leadership team. Okay, and you are not just paid for your work. You are paid for something more you need to do, something more. Okay, then act on the important. Don't react to the urgent. You know what happens, normally we have a general tendency, 99% of the people, something has come, we think we can do it tomorrow, we'll do it tomorrow. It's called that procrastination. Procrastination, what happens, the important thing become urgent. And once urgent becomes, you may be successful, you may not be, you may be able to execute the work, you may not be able to execute the work. Then you will become a failure. But when it is in the important level, today you come to know you need to do that, do it today itself. If it's possible, do it yesterday, I tell you. But without stressing yourself. But the moment it becomes urgent, it becomes a stress on you. And stress means your happiness gone, your BP goes up, your all other lifestyle disease come in your body. Go for extraordinary. Don't settle for ordinary. Think yourself big. Don't think yourself, but without any ego. Remember that. Don't settle yourself for ordinary. You have got the qualification, you have got the brain, you have got the attitude, you deserve the best. As I told you, as I tell you always, I want to tell you one thing. When you look at the moon, you understand the power of the God. Beauty of the God. When you look at the sun, you understand the power of the God. So when you look at moon, you understand and you realize what is the beauty of God. When you look at the sun, you realize the power of God. But when you look at the mirror, you see the most beautiful creation of the God. So have confidence in yourself and you will get, and it is very much possible to get. I'll tell you one thing. And then I told you, own your mistake. Even better, learn from your mistake, because you can't live long enough to make them all. Means you cannot go on making mistake yourself. Learn from others and rule your technology. We waste our time on technology. Don't let it rule you. Fuel your fire. Don't burn out. You have fire inside, but don't burn yourself out. Okay, fuel your fire and get success. So these are the things you must remember, and this is the beautiful place in the world. Our life is so beautiful. We need to enjoy every moment of our life. And you are as I told you, you are the best creation of God. Believe in yourself, have confidence, have faith on yourself, on your abilities, on your qualifications, on your experience, and respect others without any ego. You will be very successful man in your life. Next is the success and happiness. Last is that health is the greatest possession, contentment is the greatest treasure, confidence is the greatest friend, non-being is it's a great joy. And two things define success in life. I tell always, how you manage yourself when you have nothing, and how you behave yourself when you have everything. people's behavior change when they have got money and everything. And when, so success definition, as I define the success is defined two things: the way you manage yourself when you have nothing, very important. And when you might have seen your parents, how they managed, many people manage to give the best education to their children. So that's why I told you they are like God in your life. And how you behave yourself when you have everything in your life. So this is very important for happiness, and the present moment is filled with joy and happiness. You attend. Laugh like you have never cried. Play like you have never lost. Love like you have never hurt. And live like there is no tomorrow. So always be positive in act and thought. Believe in laws of attraction also. So you can achieve everything. Nothing is impossible in your life. Just write it down, think yourself, make an attitude, and that I want to get that, you will definitely get that. Okay. Never ever get frustrated on something today you did not get it. Never ever think like that. Somebody might have misbehaved with you. Don't keep it in your mind. Forget that. Try to forget that. Bad people, they will give you experience. They will teach you lessons. But end of the day, you will become the winner. Smile, the world smiles with you. Weep, you weep alone. Okay, so next. So what is that? Take action. Now I have finished these things. Take initiative. Manage change. So your change is starting from right now. Respond proactively. Keep commitments. If you promise something, try to keep commitments. Take responsibility and practice accountability. Step up. Dispute all doubts. Don't have any doubt. Do the dreams. Have the dreams and make successful career. Okay. So sometimes I'll tell you one thing. In your life, professional life, today you are 20 maybe. You will work 50 more years, correct? 70 years. So enjoy the life. In the 50 years, you will have whole work, you will be working, and 2 days, Saturday and Sunday weekends. So in only 2,500 weekends. See how we passed 1 year with the pandemic. So time is passing like anything. So every moment you enjoy and love everybody. If you love somebody, go and tell love. Don't keep it within yourself. I love you. Tell. You will make the day for that person, you know. As I told you, go to parents and pranam, do salutation to them. You make the day for them. It's for nothing. You say for nothing, you pick up the phone and tell your girlfriend that I love you today. Not today, forever. So like that. So this is very important. And you will feel good also. Once you feel loved, you will feel good. So all those things I am telling you to become successful, to make a change. Those who need to pray, go and for prayer and keep in touch. I have seen many people. I'll give you one example. One of the students, our member person, cost accountant, that I went to a chapter, means in a costing institute last month. I visited that chapter on an invitation to speak on the occasion. So that girl came, she said that, sir, I know you, I attended your orientation in 2018. Then I said, what you are doing? She said, sir, I have not got a good job. I am working in an accounting department of a college or something like that. So I said, that is your career? You are a cost accountant and you will do debit credit in an accounting? Also, sir, I am not getting, did not get. I said, I told you why did not call me? Because I shared your my number. Sir, actually I lost your number. Very good. So I told her that give me, I am here. I'll go back to Calcutta, give me a call. It was her luck. She called me I met her on Saturday. She called me on Monday. I scheduled an interview and she joined within 1 week time with a salary of 8 lakhs rupees. So this is the way. It's always keep friendship with your friends. Make a network of the persons. I'll always tell you one more thing. I forgot to tell you that. Always you believe in one thing, that you are only the average of 5 people closest to you. 5 people you choose, 5 friends you choose who are better than you in position, in value, in money, everything. You suppose if your friends are earning 20 lakhs per in a year, or 25 lakhs per year, if you and you are getting 10 lakhs per year, you keep a friendship, within 2 years you reach to the 25 lakhs per year. This is the course laws. It is also laws of attraction. You are only, remember one more time, I am telling you, you are only the average of 5 people closest to you. So if you are in the company of 5 criminals, you will become a criminal. Same way, if you are in the company of successful people, you will become successful people. Keep a network of your friends. The friends you are sitting beside you in the class, after 10 years, 15 years, you will become the director finance, general manager of the company. If you have your profession, they will come to help you. So more you have friends, more you become successful. And if it doesn't work, forget and move forward. Okay. So keep my things in your mind. Always feel free. I have shared my details with you. Never hesitate at any point in time. 24 hours I am working and available for you. If my mobile becomes switched off, it is because of the time I am only praying. At the time of maybe prayer, I switch it off so that I don't get disturbed. But I am telling you, I promise, if I see a missed call, immediately after opening the call, I call it back. This is my practice. Always remember, and we are here, the institute is here to support you, help you. Always respect the institute and keep the membership of the institute and support the institute in your position in future also. That way you can grow a community, you grow a family. You have become our family member. We are a CMA family. With these words, with lot of best wishes to all of you, I go for the question answer. If you have anything, you can ask me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. A few questions asked by the students. I am going to speak one by one, sir. Accordingly, you reply. The first question is whether CMA membership number is compulsory for apply for ACCA course?
Yes. No, it's not compulsory to study ACCA, but if you want to get the exemption in 9 papers, you have to become member of the institute.
Second question is, sir, is there any internship required to get CPA? Will the practical training completed during CMA be considered?
It will be considered. It will be considered. All types of training, post qualification, pre qualification will be considered for ACCA internship. Next question.
There is a question. If we have to move forensic audit, which certification would help?
CIA is good. CIA is good. The best qualification for forensic audit. Certified internal auditors.
Sir, what is the scope of pursuing CFA after CMA?
You can do CFA, as I told you, CFA will restrict you to the financial services sectors only. So if you want to make a career in the field of investment banking, if you want to make a career in banking sectors, CFA will definitely be helpful. But if you want to do in a other setup, other sorts of trading, retail or manufacturing or other business, then CPA or ACCA will help you.
Sir, there is a question.
Tell me.
There is a question. Is there any taxation course internationally for value addition?
See, taxation is always specific to the countries. It depends. International taxation is there. You can do practice in international taxation, but it depends on how much job opportunities we will get because of that only. So You can get an, see, international taxation, certain parts are there, but mainly you know that with CPA or ACCA, you come to know the taxation of that particular country. Then some international taxation courses are there. There are some online courses, certification courses are available also. But I have actually, you know, in my discussion, I have covered those standard degrees, not for the particular. You can go on doing many value addition added courses are available. You can become masters in international taxation also. There are opportunities also, but not with these qualifications. I tell you, my focus was there to have a professional qualification mainly covering the finance and accounts and audit. That's why or management accountancy as our institute is doing. Tell me.
Sir,
next.
There is a question. What opportunities does CMA has in APAC countries like Singapore?
There is, I told you also that if you go to a country with only cost accountancy qualification, you may get a job there. They recognize the qualification, it's not that, but not in the top level or immediately you will get the job with this thing. You can get the job of mainly in the standard of accountant only. But for that matter, in Singapore also you need to have a local CPA degrees there where you can get the, or if you are international CPA means US CPA, you can easily get that, or you are ACCA in Singapore also you can immediately get a job. They are considered.
There is a question, sir. DIP IFRS is a good option or CISA course?
CISA. CISA means CISA. See, the perspective is CISA is the certified systems information system auditors. Okay, so if you are doing CISA, you are going to a specific field of information system audit. So you will get very good jobs in the banks for that. But if you say that other things, what is called IFRS. IFRS is built in with the ACCA course. Okay, so IFRS is built in with the ACCA course, and you can get the standards. But in India, if you are working, Indian accounting standard is more than sufficient.
Sir, there is a question: in which foreign courts the qualified CMA has a paper exemptions?
I told you na, ACCA foreign course, you are getting paper exemption, 9 papers exemption is there.
Which course? There is one question. Yeah, sir. There is one also question. Which course shall we choose? US CPA or ACCA UK?
That is up to your choice. That where you want to work. If you want to work in USA or US multinational companies, CPA is all. You know, both are equal in standing, but CPA is, you know, if you see the value wise, at CPA is more respected, but ACCA is accepted in most of the countries, 178 countries. So you can go to any European countries, they recognize. Same way if you go to Gulf countries, they will recognize. Same way CPA also recognized in many countries. So, but if you say that where is the difference, maybe investment part of it, how much it requires. ACCA is cheaper to in the investment part. CPA is more expensive, but value wise means as it's an American qualification and they marketed themselves, they are very good value all over the world, CPA, but standing ACCA and CPA on the same foot, both are audit and accounting qualification, but CPAs are, suppose a company is listed in NASDAQ, in New York Stock Exchange, always they will prefer CPAs. And ACCA in European companies, they will, and UK based companies, they will prefer ACCAs. So that way it depends. Any one of the qualification is okay. And in Gulf countries, both are equally treated. Although in the Gulf countries like UAE, I told you, CPA, ACCA course is they are chartered accountancy course. If you are a passed out ACCA, you will get the CA degree of UAE, United Arab Emirates. So this is the thing. Next.
Yes, sir. Wait, sir. Wait for a few seconds, sir. I'm going to speak next.
Any other question?
Whether CMA membership is compulsory for claiming exemption in CPA?
Yes. Yes. Membership is compulsory to get exemption. Otherwise, means if you want to get the 9 papers exemption, membership is compulsory. Otherwise, you may get 7 papers exemption.
Sir, there is one question. Is any working experience is required before getting CIA certification?
See, for CMAs, if you have got this audit qualification, this one means training, that qualification is sufficient for CIA. With CMA, no need to have separate experience requirement.
A few students asking
any
that
other
what will be the
question?
cost of what will be the cost of doing CPA and ACCA after CMA?
Rough estimate, if you pass in one attempt, suppose first I talk about ACCA. If you pass in one attempt and you get 9 paper exemption, you can get it with about 150,000, 1,50,000. But one point is there, it depends on that 9 paper exemption fees is almost 1 lakh rupees, 95,000 rupees, because per paper exemption is 90,000. So you may get the scholarship and compensation from the ACCA bodies also. So that you can take it more or less same, but CPA qualification will require 50 to 100,000 more, 50,000 to 1 lakh more than the ACCA qualification. So if I need 2 lakhs to pass ACCA or 1,50,000 to pass ACCA, I may need 2,50,000 to 3 lakhs for CPA. That is the difference.
Sir, there is a question very frequently asked, which is good for investment banking, CPA or CFA?
CPA or
CFA for investment banking.
CFA is better for investment banking. They are specialized in investment banking. Subjects are taught. CPAs are not taught in that way. Although companies are taking, but for as far as my knowledge goes, because I have done both the CPA and CFA, I have completed both the CPA and CFA. So if you tell me which one is better for investment banking, CFA is better for investment banking.
There is a question that a student asked that he's a CMA and CA qualified and currently looking for ACCA UK and CPA US. So which one is better? After clearing, in which country we have the opportunities?
No, I didn't get it. He is not a student. He is my member, my family member. Huh? So yes, he is a cost accountant already. He is my professional colleague. So he completed CMA and also CA. CA, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm looking for ACCA and CPA. Which one is better? And after clearing, in which country we have the opportunities?
CPA is better for going to US. CF and for the Gulf countries, both are on the equal standing. And if he does ACCA, many more European countries are open for him. It depends on which area he wants. If he wants to work in US companies or Gulf countries, CPA is better. If he wants to work in European countries or other places, ACCA is also good. Both are on, I told you, on equal, depending on which place he wants to work. If he wants to work in USA or US-based company, CPA is more important.
There is a question, how will we get place in companies from Europe, etc. after completing ACCA?
Actually, you know, ACCA is associated with 8,500 companies. You can go to their portals also, and you can apply for ACCA in global. They help in getting the job also. They publish that lot of requirements also. I'll tell you one thing, you will be surprised to know, because my institute is the global partner of ACCA, and today's date, PwC is having 350 position vacant for ACCAs in Calcutta itself. It was told to me. 350 positions for ACCAs in Calcutta office itself. Then you understand the demand for it.
Sir, there is one question. If we want to be in India only, then which course would be better?
For?
If we want to work only in India after CMA.
After CMA?
Which course is better? If we want to work only in India.
Anyone, CPA or ACCA, anyone. Anyone you can do, because once you want to work in India, you will have the opportunity to work in Indian companies. Lot of Indian companies are there now. India is the leader, global leader now. But the companies are having, suppose Tata Group, if you want to join, they will prefer ACCA because they have got lot of stake in European companies. Same way, if the company is having tie-up or business interest in US, suppose if you want to join in Coca-Cola, Nestle, all these type of US multinationals, then CPA will also be accepted there. So any one of these qualification will definitely help.
Sir, there is a question, is NIPA Australia equivalent to CMA India?
NIPA? NIPA, see, it is applicable only in Australia. If you are there, you are, but it is not so valuable like Indian CMA, because Indian CMA is much more detailed, and I think there is an understanding also there. So for Australia, NIPA is good. For India, CMA is the best.
Sir, there is a question, as you suggested, we are already having CMA. Does it necessary to pursue CMA?
No need. No need. I don't think there is a need, because I told you, instead of that, you can have a finance qualification or audit qualification. But CMA will not teach you something more. You have already been taught in the CMA. I told you also, US CMA is also not required. You know, I completed my cost accountancy CMA, and then I went to US to understand, study CMA. That time it was 4 papers. Now it is 2 papers. But thing is that both are same qualification, same study. Why you waste your money and efforts? Rather you do something which will give you better return. So that's why I always suggest for the ACCA or CPA. You will never become unemployed through your life, throughout your life.
For Big Four, which is better, US CPA or ACCA?
See, depends on the company. Big Four, which, if you take the Ernst & Young or Deloitte, they do more work in USA, so they prefer CPAs. Whereas the PwC prefers ACCAs, like that. Although they are also taking CPAs. So, you know, where the client is more, it all depends. If you have got a European client, they will prefer ACCA. If you have an American client, they will prefer CPA. So you cannot make such, it all depends. Once you have qualification, that this company will attract you to join there to work. You make up your mind, I'll go for these qualifications, go and study and pass the exam, then company will choose you to work, if, whether you are suitable for Europe or America or Gulf, that is there. Next.
Yeah, there is a question, which course is better for business analyst, to become a business analyst?
Okay.
Business analyst CMA course is the best. CMAs are the best for the business analyst. First one. Then CFA is also good. CFA is also good. ACCA is also okay, no problem. But CMAs are the best in business analysis.
Sir, there is a question, if I want to go to Australia, do I need to do CIA, or if I do ACCA, will that work?
ACCA will do better. It will immediately you will get the job. You don't have to go for any their own qualification. You can immediately get the job with ACCA in Australia.
Sir, there is a repetitive kind of question that could you please speak more specifically about the immigration process?
Immigration process is, there are certain countries, they take the qualified professional, like Canada. So like Australia, these countries take the through immigration process, they take the professionals from abroad. That professional may be in the different profession. It may be doctors, it may be nurses, engineers, any profession. And same way the accounting professionals also. And Indian accountants are the best accountant in the world, considered to be the best accountant in the world. That's why, suppose you are a CMA or a CA or whatever, you can apply for my immigration, means you want to become a permanent resident of that country. For that, you have to go to immigration consultant, or from the website, you have to get the form downloaded, fill up the form, submit the forms with fees and with your qualifications. And sometimes they count points, different reasons, how many years of experience, what are the qualification, if your wife's spouse is going, what is the qualification of your spouse. All those things are considered as a point. Then English language test is there, what is your score there. All those taking together, certain points come in, then you get an opportunity to move to that country as a permanent resident. Once you reach there as a permanent resident, you need to have a job. So normally you need to have their local qualifications. But if you are already this foreign certified qualified person, suppose if you are ACCA, you are going to Canada and Australia, immediately you will get the job. You don't have to wait for that. Or with CPA also you can get the job in Canada immediately. So this is the immigration process. The process is immigration consultants will tell which country you want to move, what are the requirements of those countries. So it's difficult for me to tell in detail because I am not also that much aware. Next.
Yes, sir. Question, sir. Who is preferred, ACCA with exemption or ACCA without exemption?
Doesn't matter. Certificate is more than sufficient. Once you produce the, nobody will go to see that you got the exemption and you passed the degree. They will see the final pass certificate. Understand? Like in cost accountancy, once you got the certificate, rarely the companies, after 5 years of experience, rarely the companies will go to ask you how many times you take to pass the exam. It is considered only at the entry level. Same way, ACCA, they will never ask you, oh, you got 9 paper exemption, that means you don't know anything. No, not like that. You will have more value if you are with cost accountancy plus ACCA than only ACCA passed with the 13 papers. You will have more value. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Sir, there is a question. This is the last question, sir. If we interested in stock market, which course do after CMA?
CFA. CFA is the best course for stock market, investment banking, everything.
I think, sir, I have shared all the relevant questions. There are all repetitive kind of question. Again, we already have shared with you. There is a question to go to Canada. Which course is preferable? ACCA or CPA?
Anyone. They recognize both. CPAs are always better, but ACCAs are also required, because CPAs, if you are a CPA from India, before reaching to Canada, if you got the CPA USA, then only thing there is an understanding, after going there you get the CPA degree of Canada. No need to sit for any examination, but for ACCA maybe 1 or 2 papers may be needed.
One question, do CMA people has more opening at Dubai?
CMA people have got opening all over world, not only in Dubai. So Dubai is a place where CMAs and CAs are equally treated, because you know their job market is regulated by the labor department. So if you want to go to work in Dubai, you have to get registered in the labor. The company will have to register in the labor department. So CA or CMAs are equally treated. But ACCA is better in the sense because ACCA is their recognized chartered accountancy degree of Dubai, means UAE. So that's why I shared that information. But with CMA also, means our Indian CMA also are equally respected and get the job in Dubai also.
Sir, I think I have shared all the relevant questions. All the questions are repetitive again. So I would like to request you, sir, conclude the session and give your last remark to our newly qualified CMAs. Thereafter, we will wind up the session.
So it's my, as I advised everybody. So you people enjoy the life. You have now reached your professional career. You are going to enter in a new life. Then you will get married, but don't stop for getting married to fall in love. You can immediately fall in love and start life also. Enjoy the life. And another thing I'll tell you, that be positive in all your efforts and keep in touch. Anytime you feel that, always remember that your Institute of Cost Accountants of India are behind you to support you in all steps of your life. With these words, I also told you about my positioning, and anything you want to know, anything I would be able to be of any help to any of you. Please do not hesitate, keep in touch and be successful in life, so that sometimes I may visit your place. Before we used to address to Calcutta students, now I may go to Chennai, I may meet you, I may go to Bangalore to meet you, I may go to Delhi to meet you, and you must recognize me as Abhijit Goswami. Remember my name, that is for you, and I'll be grateful to you. Wish you all the best, convey my best regards to all your family members and parents. With these words, again, I wish you all the best in your career. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sir, for such a fruitful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.